on a website. So after this event, do feel free to go to our website, lucidmagazine.com, for some interesting reads. Things are changing. The way people own, don't own. Trends show that people want to spend more money on experience rather than clothes. So the rental industries are valued at $4.4 billion by 2028. So today we have an exciting lineup of fashion industry experts, thought leaders, and we will talk about sustainability. We'll talk about circular fashion, and is rental in the fashion industry the future? So today we have a great panelist. We have Gus Bartholomew. He's the co-founder and CEO of Supply Compass. And we have David Friedrich. We have he's a co-founder and CEO of Circular. We have Jade McSorley. He's a co-founder of Loanhood. And we have Patrick Duffy. He's the founder of Global Fashion Exchange. And we also have Bridget Ortiz. She's the founder of Sustainable Fashion Week. And also we have together is Michael Ferrero. So up next, thank you so much for joining today. It's a nice community where we could share the voice together and kind of like unite all the people and like grow together. So I'll let the speakers come together and describe their current projects and how you're implementing sustainable practice into your current practice. First, we could go with Gus.
Sure, thanks a lot. Yeah, so at Supply Compass, what we are is we are basically fashion software that helps brands and manufacturers to work more effectively together. And that's basically throughout the whole design to delivery process. That was basically born out the back of me and my co-founder spending 2 years basically living and breathing supply chains in India. And really like the big insight that we had from that, and in terms of what we're really doing about sustainability, is bringing a lot more equality to the brand and manufacturer relationship. What we've seen over the years is that actually that's really where sustainability needs to start. It's about how brands and manufacturers are interacting with one another, and actually a lot of the systems that are currently in place and the tools that are being used kind of inherently bias and don't allow for good buying practice to take hold. So we've basically built software from the view of both the brand and the manufacturer at the same time to ensure that you always have production equality.
Cool. David?
Yeah, Gus, I totally echo that. So Circular is probably the next phase from the supply chain. We're a multi-seller marketplace platform focusing entirely on sustainable consumer products. It was born out of frustration because we couldn't access easily sustainable products, whether it's apparel, but everything across all consumer categories in a single place, just like you can do on Amazon. And it blew our minds that despite the enormous size of the market for rental, whether it's circular, whether it's genuinely just sustainable products, it was just too hard. So we formed Circular, which is more a platform than just a marketplace, because we're bringing together, we're uniting every aspect of the sustainable ecosystem all in one place. So for buyers, it's a single place to buy everything they want, verify it sustainably. And for brands, it's a place to also access absolutely everything they need and manage their sustainable business. It's all about amplifying brands, and it's all about creating universal access to sustainable products.
One-stop shop, eh?
That's one-stop shop. Comes down to accessibility.
Super. Jade?
Hi everyone, I'm one of the co-founders of Loanhood. Loanhood is a new fashion rental app and community that is launching in the UK this spring, summer. What we're trying to do with Loanhood is make fashion rental more inclusive, bring rental into the mainstream. Not only can you rent an item, but you can also rent a look, so an outfit. So it's that kind of play of fashion and creativity and individuality. It was born really from our own personal experiences in the fashion industry. There's 3 female founders. I was a fashion model. The other co-founder was my model booker, actually, and another one was a graphic designer. we all worked in the fashion industry. So bringing that together, having our experience and knowing that actually we have so many clothes that we can use, and start with what you have. Obviously been on a shoot and seeing stylists that constantly rent clothes. It wasn't a new idea to me. But it was kind of born out of going from modelling. I went back to do my master's in sustainable fashion at London College of Fashion, and through knowledge, education, experience, we built Lonehood, which is set to launch this spring summer. So it's really exciting and also frightening.
Amazing. Like the conversation is like, do I really want to own the shirt, or do I want to just wear the shirt? I think rental is like come in, popular by the storm. Patrick.
Hi, everybody. It's such an honor to be here. Thank you so much. I love everything that you're doing and respect all of you so much. So I founded the Global Fashion Exchange back in 2013 with one clothing swap, and it has been an incredible journey since then. We've turned into a global consultancy that works with supply chain consulting, brand consulting, event and experiential consulting all around the world, and it's rooted in the sharing economy. And from there, I'm also the co-founder and partner of a company called Lablaco and SwapChain, which is basically version 2.0 of swapping on blockchain. So Lablaco is a circular fashion retail solution and platform that enables the SwapChain tool, which is clothing swaps on blockchain, which works directly with Global Fashion Exchange.
Blockchain, a digital ledger. Yeah, that's another strong one out there. Bridget.
Hello, everybody. I'm Bridget Ortiz, founder of Sustainable Fashion Week. But prior to Sustainable Fashion Week, it all started with my sustainable brand, which is Born Again Vintage. And it's sustainable because I upcycle and deconstruct and reconstruct vintage clothes. So I make old clothes new again. And then from there was invented the book, which set me up to create 3 sustainable classes at FIT, and ultimately open my store, House of BAV, where I house local sustainable designers. And then that led into Sustainable Fashion Week. So 100% I'm about spreading sustainable fashion awareness and giving a platform for newbies and indies, looking for the support and needing the resources to stay in this industry.
Very well, thank you for that, Bridget. Carrying to you again, like as a thought leader, as an expert, as somebody who have been in the industry for like several years, we always are finding different solutions to different problems. And obviously this current situation that we are living in is an ever-changing market. Like things are going, we are understanding how to figure out things. What is the biggest challenge you thought like you faced within the last 6 months, and how you think things have shifted for you?
Well, I would say in the last 6 months, lots have changed in regards to retail and how people are shopping. So, having a brick and mortar, definitely was a little scary during this time, considering a lot of people are shopping online now. So the challenge for us was, pretty much staying relevant, because our whole thing with our store was, it's a vibe here. It was coined a creative hub. So our whole energy and our whole, basis, is about people coming here live and feeling the experience. So trying to kind of bring that experience online, try to stay relevant and on top of social media, that was probably the biggest challenge, is trying to stay, keep that vibe and that energy going via online. When people couldn't actually visit. But the flip side of it was that we got tons and tons of donations. And I think that was because people were sitting in the house for so long and they were surrounded by their stuff, realized how much stuff they actually have, and, wanted to get rid of it. So 2021, when that kicked in, my brand now, we're not making anything new for 2021 until I get rid of older product, because I have so much donations. There's no need for me to make any new product. So a lot's changed, some good and some not so good, but altogether, I think it gave a really great spotlight to sustainable fashion.
Right. Thank you. Patrick?
The biggest challenges in the last 6 months?
Yeah.
Oh my God, where do I start? List a mile long. It's been interesting. So, because we focus on so many different things, and I guess one of the most interesting things I thought about was related to what Brigitte was saying, and it's about how people are acting as consumers throughout pandemia, which has been really interesting. And we've seen an increasing amount, at least what I've seen is an increasing amount of like leisure wear purchasing, and people are making a lot of purchases via online. And I've seen, I think there was a report in the Guardian, like, Boohoo tube tops was like sales to the roof and all that kind of stuff. So I think people being locked in their house, there was a lot of like still overconsumption happening, and now, which kind of, still shows that there's a massive problem that we have to address. And one of the things that we started, what GFX is rooted in, is what happens to post-consumer waste. And looking at some of our partners here in New York and abroad, it's been really interesting to see, people have been like cleaning out their closets, and there's been such an excess of waste, of fashion waste. Like one of our partners here, Wearable Collections, as an example, was telling me that Adam couldn't keep up with the amount of waste that was coming to his drop-off bins, and it's a signal that there's still a massive issue that we have to address, that I think the pandemic has unearthed. So for me, it's like, still having to look at consumer buying habits, and then the post-consumer, what you do with it when you're done with it. So
Yeah, I mean, if we could like add us like a circle of fashion, like from like front end to end, like where it gets disposed correctly, I think we'd be able to really like find ourselves a solution from this current like problem. And maybe Jade has a solution, and maybe some challenges as well.
Yeah, I mean, I guess actually the past 6 months with the pandemic, as awful as it's been quite fine for us, because obviously we could just kind of focus on what we needed to do and kind of getting the tech for the app right, without so much pressure of everything moving so quickly, which it was before the pandemic. But I think, just for us as our model, it's kind of looking at how we communicate rental and changing consumer mindset, because I do think that generally technology or industry moves very quickly, and it's always consumer behavior that takes that time to change, because you're kind of almost changing somebody's habits, which, it's kind of, you have to bring everybody along on this journey. So really we use that time on our communication. We had like a campaign called Ready Your Wardrobe, as in ready your wardrobe to put on the app. And actually it was really nice because we did virtual photo shoots with people, and they looked at their wardrobe and they started to see what they already had. And then it started to build value into what they already had. It's like, oh, I forgot I had that. Amazing. I can wear it like this. And then seeing themselves in a different light, in these photographs it was such a nice thing to do. It was a nice experience, and it also built our community with it. So we feel actually in a better place now to launch it, to be honest.
Very well, thank you. Did you do any surveys like on how the consumer behavior would play, like when you started this? Like what was the initial response from people?
Yeah, I mean, I've done a few surveys in different, from just doing my master's actually, what are the kind of hurdles that we need to cross over in order to kind of empower the consumer. I think that's we're trying to give the consumer the power that actually they can make the choice and they can be sustainable. And, you can't buy your way to sustainability. So let's start with what we already have. You don't need to go and spend X amount on a sustainable garment if you can't afford it. actually what you have in your wardrobe is already of value and it will be of value to other people. But I guess, you know, from a rental perspective, with the surveys that we did, a lot of the things that kept coming back was obviously insurance. What about if it gets ruined? What about hygiene, especially in the pandemic? So these are the things that we had to really kind of go away, sit back and think about, and how we were going to overcome them. So people trust us and trust rental as a business model.
Very well. David?
Yeah, Patrick, I really enjoyed what you said. Adam's an awesome guy. We're looking at a collaboration with him as well. I'll say the biggest growth factor for us, rather than a problem, has been actually adapting our model to the realistic challenges that the sellers and brands were facing on our platform. So when we set out to launch Circular, it was just going to be a simple way to connect sustainable brands and sustainable shoppers to scale the entire ecosystem. But it's actually developed into something that is far more impactful, because we've heard firsthand from the many brands on our platform exactly what they need and what they're facing, which are exactly what Gus was talking about. So supply chain issues. So we've connected them with supply chain leaders on our platform. End of life solutions. So we've connected them on the back end with, people like Adam and, a lot of, whether it's upcycling, downcycling, recycling, repurposing, vintage. So it's really being adaptive to not only what we wanted the platform to be, but actually morphing it into something that is actually going to be value added. So today's Circular is completely different to what we set out to build. It's actually a built on blockchain. It's driven by AI, and it's a central hub that essentially, if you are a business that is developing a conscious brand, and I say conscious because it's something that isn't just driven to make a quick dollar. Essentially, it's a place where we connect you with all of the people on today's panel, because everyone is connecting a different part of the ecosystem to a part to the business. And I always say, if you compare the sustainable or the circular ecosystem to, let's just say, the conventional is like a very smooth highway. There are no detours, there are no bridges, there's no traffic, it just flows beautifully. The sustainable one at the moment is very fragmented. There are a lot of detours, there's just a lot of obstacles for people to navigate around. And I think the rental one is that one as well. And I think every single person is playing a huge role to creating the trust, creating the awareness, and giving people the options to actually try it. And I think COVID, despite all of its tragedies, has actually opened doors to people who wouldn't have otherwise tried, whether it's shopping online to begin with, tried shopping sustainably. And I think from here, something absolutely magical will occur, because I don't think we're going to go back to the old behaviors. I think it's going to be almost impossible to go back, because just in 5 months, personally, our biggest problem, which is a blessing, is growth. I mean, we've grown to become an incredible size marketplace, in 5 months, over 30,000 unique products and so forth. And it's just evidence that people need a solution. They're so desperate to exit the conventional ways of doing business, which are so antiquated. So I think the challenges are actually more an eye-opening awakening for us, at least at Circular, and an opportunity to collaborate with literally each and every one of you on the panel today, and so many others as well. So yeah, I love it all. So congratulations, everyone.
Thank you. Is the marketplace open worldwide? Can anybody from anywhere in the world, as long as they what's the criteria to kind of put their product designs in the marketplace?
Good question. So we are very rigorous about it, but we also don't want to be an inhibitor. So we want to be an amplifier to brands that are doing the right thing. So we require a minimum of at least one verifiable sustainable component. And that could be in the materials, in the practices, or in the type of business how it's run. And in terms of where you can buy, we're global. Sellers are in control of where they ship to, how they manage their business. We have sellers from, I think, 11 countries already. We are LA based because it's such a sustainable place. But yeah, we're so motivated to help already very sustainable European brands enter the US market, and US brands enter other markets. So it's an opportunity to bring a new fresh air to the whole landscape. And yeah, it's super cool.
Very nice. I mean, I feel like there's a whole lot of brands waiting at Supply Compass ready to be moved over. Because I mean, you could like really see like the whole transition from like make to the end process.
I've already taken notes down for collaborations with all of you guys. So
that's the best part.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, Gus?
Yeah, I mean, I think from our end, what's been interesting is obviously to see the kind of changes in consumer behavior, and also how that then kind of maps on to brand behavior and also manufacturer behavior. I think that the last 12 months and continuing, it has been incredibly disruptive. The level of uncertainty that it brings to production has just been mad. So in terms of how that kind of impacts the behaviors from a brand side, I think what's been interesting to see is it's really kind of set apart the brands who are truly committed to making change in terms of how they actually run their production. We go back to kind of early last year and all of the kind of cancelling of orders that have gone, and the people that have either kind of tried to partner more with their manufacturers and actually kind of bolster the supply chains, and versus the ones that have kind of just kind of defaulted to kind of the more more archaic behaviors of kind of how to work with manufacturers. And I think that where we're at now, and I think that what a lot of brands and manufacturers have realized is that now there's more onus and more need to invest in actually kind of being able to manage uncertainty. In India right now, which is about to go into another kind of full countrywide lockdown, all manufacturing is going to be shut for a period of time, and yet now we've got brands who are trying to kind of get back on their feet. Well, they might not have any production that they can actually do for the next 3 months. So I think having the whole ecosystem brought a lot closer together so that consumers, brands and manufacturers are actually kind of working and able to have easy communication and visibility of all of the kind of inherent challenges that they're all facing is even more timely than ever. And I think that kind of everyone is waking up to that. There's a real need and a drive from everyone to actually do things with a lot more visibility.
Yeah, I do agree. Visibility is like one of the key. And also, yes, data and technology does drive purchases right now. Like people want to have that transparency. Like, what do you think? Like, it's like, what's your vision? Like obviously we're like moving piece by piece, like to making sure like we are finally healing from all the like effects that we just recently faced. What do you think is like your perfect like ideal situation, like 2030s? Like where do you see fashion industry at that point?
Where I'd like to see it go, at least from a like production standpoint, and what we're striving towards is having kind of full visibility on all product information, regardless of like the end model. Right, so we really look at it as saying we want to, if you're a consumer, you should be able to know exactly where your product has come from, and every different person within the value chain has different requirements in terms of the information that they want to be able to see and be able to kind of work with. So what we're working towards is just basically digitizing all of the relationships that exist. So currently we're very much focused on kind of brand manufacturer, and then we want to head back into tier 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to farm, so that you can just track and trace everything that is going on with your production the whole way, so the consumer has that visibility. And because this is what is basically the foundation of being able to accurately measure impact. I think everyone from a consumer side, there's a huge drive towards sustainability, but actually the word has really kind of lost its meaning, because there's no way of actually quantifying what people are talking about when they're talking about that. So what we want to do is, by having kind of robust digitization behind that, be able to actually quantify and demonstrate what you're doing in every single part of your supply chain. because we see that that is the best way for all brands to be kind of accountable to another and everyone that they're working with, and have an industry that works for the people, the planet, and the profit.
And this question is for David. We're working with you're working with behavior, consumer behavior. You're seeing the pattern of what people are looking for. You have a huge marketplace in front of you. You're collecting merchandise from different brands out there. Like, what is the key elements that young entrepreneurs, young designers, or even independent designers should implement in their current practices so they're ready for 2030? What do you think the 2030 business model will look like so that they're starting to prepare today?
I think they need to be super clear as to who their target users really are. We have a lot of discussions with brands literally on a daily basis, and the customers or the users of their products who they initially set out to design their products for are changing. They're changing as consumers. It's so clear that such a huge volume of our customers are wanting vintage. One of our brands is Beyond Retro, and they are such an incredible brand beyond just how they repurpose beautiful used items, but the company behind it are firm circular believers. And so the people who are converting over to vintage are even people like me who, let's say 2 years ago, wouldn't have considered a vintage thing, and now I absolutely love it. So I think consumers are changing, and brands need to really identify who they're producing their products for, and then align themselves with a very clear mission who to align with in terms of manufacturing, in terms of supply chain, because we have carbon neutral shipping, which is less expensive than Shopify shipping, for example. So there are so many options out there now that can make a business sustainable. It's just making them feasible and accessible to these brands. And you're right, data is the most important thing that drives our business. And so everything that we're collecting, obviously not in terms of personal privacy type information, but in terms of buying trends, we're seeing that there is a huge influx for people looking for circular items that actually have an end-of-life solution connected to the brand's mission. And that is becoming integral with the overall selling component. And so we can see that there's a huge rise in collaborating with people who actually have an end-of-life solution at play. So that's why the rental market is exceptional. But I think there's also still a major market for new products that have been produced sustainably that have an end-of-life solution or a repurposed solution at the end of the life as well.
Bridget, would you like to add to that?
Absolutely. I definitely agree with a lot of what he said. I think rental and also swapping between the two are major components in regards to our future. I believe that if we can have, like a transparency label attached to clothes that come out in the future, I think that, between swapping, thrifting and renting, retail, really doesn't stand a chance if we could really implement those three components. I think that anyone producing moving forward should only be sustainable, in an ideal world. But if they're not sustainable, like I said, I do believe that we should enforce transparency labels where it shows exactly, where it was made, how it was made and what was used. And so leaving the decision in the consumer's hands, let them decide based on reading that label if they want to support and purchase something like that.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you, Bridget. Like adding this transparency, like maybe blockchain could be the way to make this possible. What do you think, Patrick?
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the last point, actually, really quickly. It's so interesting that we're talking about like the end of life and whose responsibility that is. I do a lot of judging for different design competitions all over the world, like Redress and many of them. And when we get to, you know, the sustainable brands, and I'm like looking through all of these things, I'm seeing all these incredible designers and all these great concepts, and when it gets to the end of life, it's like biodegradable, or, you know, there's this kind of like something that just doesn't quite make it there. So I'd like to argue, or not argue, but also influence the point that we actually need to be educating from the design standpoint from school. So when we're teaching designers about what design is, actually teaching them about the business model that goes behind circular design. So it's really interesting because that's just something that's not really taught right now. We have great designers that are doing incredible thinking and unbelievable material innovation, from mycelium leather to seaweed to milk fibers and all that great stuff, but there's no business, there's no education on the circular business model of the end of life. So I would actually love to see that implemented. And I think when we do that, we challenge students at a very, you know, when they're at Parsons in their first year and that's what they're thinking about, or FIT, or any school around the world, that I think we're going to start to see some really innovative ideas. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Carrying on to the end of life, which is like very important. What do you think, Jay? I mean, like from what I've researched, I've found out like an average rental piece is circulated at least 15 times. But like in between, there's like a whole lot of cleaning process. There's a lot of fixing going on, like to make sure that like it's delivered at its best possible scenario. What is the end goal with all the rentals wardrobe you have on your closet?
Good question, actually. I mean, it's definitely something. We don't want to be another rental company that when people aren't renting, then they offer resale and they just kind of sell it on. We want to kind of look at, okay, how can we be responsible, and how can we, you know, take that garment and extend it even further by producing incentives to keep that on the platform. It'd be really interesting actually just to, you know, have those metrics throughout the supply chain, but also for that two-way marketplace supply chain as well. Like, how does that impact and how can we help reduce that as well? Because if we're keeping this garment kind of existing, how can we really show that's kind of benefiting the industry? But and I just want to go back to, you know, Patrick's point as well about, you know, education and kind of, you know, starting with students. And we're actually working with a student soon with community. It's called Community Couture, and basically she's made a jacket that's 700 hours it took to make her, and it's built of 37 different stories. So you can see all the stories on this jacket, and she then wants to then rent it out to add to those stories, and we'll have like a QR code inside. So when the next loaner has it, they'll be able to see who had it before, and then their story will add to that, and it'll keep going and going. So actually the jacket doesn't have to kind of end, it can carry on and it can thrive and it can build up all these stories going forward, which I just think is really beautiful narrative to kind of bring into fashion again. Definitely we definitely have to think about really the end goal. I mean, obviously if you've got a jacket with the arm falling off, we have to think about what to do with that, but
build on that. We're in the same space. We have that with Lablico and Swap Chain. You can do the same thing. So we're going as far back as the maker. Right now we're doing an activation where we're with these Peruvian incredible artisans that trace back to, you know, where the alpaca came from, to the designer, to the hotel that we did this activation at recently. But what's really interesting about the point that you just made, Jade, is that we also have that. So connecting people to their clothing in Lablico now, you can actually take a photograph and a video and type in a little journal entry, which we're finding people are absolutely loving that. So if you imagine, you know, starting from the producer all the way through 5 years from now, imagine what that could do with your couture, the community couture jacket, and how that will change people's mindset around the clothing. So definitely,
I think it does. It builds connection and it adds value to something, and also, you know, it just brings in like collaboration with other people. You know, we work with other like local businesses like The Seam, which is like, I call them like the Uber of seamstresses that can come on board and can help mend it, and then that becomes kind of a a story within the fabric of that jacket, you know, or whatever garment it is. So yeah, I think, and I love what you're doing actually in using blockchain and that transparency to kind of keep that story alive and transparent and present.
Thank you. And also as an example, just to kind of throw this out there for fun, with Brigitte, she was a part of our Swapateria 5-day swapping extravaganza here, which was kind of my my like proof of concept that retail stores, you know, it was kind of like Bergdorf on crack is what I was like imagining it to be like, where there was a swapping component and a shopping component with incredible designers like, you know, this designer that I'm wearing from India, from Japan, from Peru. And then there was people like Brigitte who came in and actually took swapping items that were swapped in the swap area downstairs and then recycled and upcycled with your incredible expertise and artisans upstairs. So it was like a whole circular system, being able to swap and shop, build community and content and impact all in one. So yeah, I really do believe in that. Thank you.
Awesome. Anybody else want to voice?
Sure. I wanted to chime in just because Patrick did bring me up, and yeah, and it was a great experience. And absolutely, as a teacher at FIT, when I first started the class, I want to say 11 years ago, it was the clothing reconstruction class. It was filled with students that were, you know, as I would always open the class and I would go, welcome to Hoarders Anonymous, because usually if you're a thrifter, you got a lot of clothes. And so it was that old school feel of like the old school knitting club with just women and men around, just, you know, fixing items, mending, changing, switching things up. And 10 years later, I would say 80% of the students now are either from abroad pursuing a sustainable design certificate. So to be able to watch that trajectory from, you know, it being a hobby and something fun to do when I first created the class to it being filled with students pursuing the sustainable design certificate, you know, that's huge for someone that's been pushing this for so long and actually physically get to see the results of the winds of change.
Thank you. Starting back the conversation towards rentals, right? So there's a change in fashion culture. People like there's more pleasure. Like people, I personally have felt like they want to spend on experience rather than just like buying clothes. Like, do you guys personally agree? I mean, I get that with Jade, like she's in the business of fashion rental, but what are your thoughts? Like, do you agree the future is wardrobe rentals or swaps? Like what, like where do you think is headed? Let's start with Patrick.
I feel like I talk a lot, so if you cut me off, I'm always like yammering away. But yes, I guess I do believe in it. And what's really interesting is like, I think for so long, since I started doing clothing swaps back in 2012, I think when I was knocking on all these brands' doors, the first thing that they would say to me is, well, why would we be interested in that? Because we sell, and swapping is the antithesis of that. But I actually I believe and I understand that swapping is actually, it's more than just, the exchange of clothes. It's also the act of building community and bringing people together. And so, I think it can actually work directly with a retail store and work directly with, or also, it is kind of, you can, rental and swapping can kind of coincide. So as an example, to our Australian friends down there, David, we worked with a brand called Arnsdorf, which is a very well-known high-end sustainable fashion brand in Australia for Melbourne Fashion Week. And so what we did was we put a swapping section inside of Arnsdorf Jade's store. And what was amazing about it is we tested this concept out, but it was about Jade calling back the product to her store, which is Arnsdorf product, which was a success. So she called her community back and she said, if you bring your Arnsdorf product back, we'll put it on Swap Chain, which then essentially is the authentication of it. So when Arnsdorf product comes back, it gets looked at. Does it need to be, washed or cleaned or whatever that looks like? And then there's a kind of in-store value that's put on that. So because Arnsdorf understands this t-shirt was $70, you get 1 token. This coat was $500, you get 2 tokens. This bag was $3,000. I'm not sure what the prices are, but I'm just giving those examples. So there's this in-store credit value. So then what happens is people are given this kind of value token, and that what they can do is bring that t-shirt back and swap for another item of the same value, or bring 5 t-shirts back and, you know, level up and get that bag. But they're still inside that kind of circular swapping universe. And then what's amazing is the stuff like what Brigitte does and what different designers can do. There's tailoring, there's upcycling, there's revaluing, there's hand painting, there's all of these different services, and rental as well that can go along with it. So I think it's taking it, I think we need to like look at what swapping and what rental actually is, and how to innovate those things and show people that these can actually live inside retail stores and generate revenue and capital for brands and stores existing. So yes, that's what I believe.
David, on the contrary, what do you think?
I definitely agree. I think this is the way I see it. By 2030, they're predicting the entire circular economy to be worth $12 trillion, which is enormous, right? They're also estimating the sustainable economy in total, so not just consumer products, to be worth 1/4 of the global economy, which is about 25 trillion. So if you break this down into what this is made up of, I think every single component, whether it's circular, whether it's rental, whether it's through innovative new materials and innovative new manufacturing practices, whether it's micro manufacturing, they will all become realized. Their market share within their spaces will mature, and we'll probably see this explode beyond just what we are currently seeing as just a rental marketplace or just a circular marketplace. Because essentially, I think our buying trends are changing, one from a linear economy to one of a more conscious economy, where we are open to different things that maybe just weren't around or didn't exist previously. So one of the brands on our platform, called Chop Value, is an incredible example. So they make beautiful homeware products, and this guy calls himself, a garbage collector. Check him out. He's incredible. He actually collects used chopsticks and makes incredible furniture out of them, literally used chopsticks. And it's 100% out of used chopsticks. And he's actually bringing out micro manufacturing franchises so that if you want to create your own business in LA, Texas, Australia, wherever it is, you can do that. So I think because of making things commercial, and that's the key to circular, is to scale and commercialize sustainability, at large. I think the rental market, it will be just one component, because essentially it depends. I think you'll have people who will say, yep, this is definitely a rental occasion. I'm not prepared to buy a suit for a job interview for this one-off occasion. I'm not prepared to buy this for that. And then they try this once or twice, and then eventually they'll say, you know what, I'm going to do this more often. So then it becomes more of a regular activity. And that's why we needed these platforms to make them readily accessible. Because what everyone loves about Amazon and all these big platforms is the convenience factor associated with them. And up until now, everything that all these, all of us are trying to solve has just been very niche and hard to find. But I think as soon as it's actually brought out and for everyone to realize and access easily and affordably, I think that's when things will just explode, because it all comes down to making things easy, affordable, and at your fingertips. And let's face it, I mean, doing the right thing can be just as affordable, if not more affordable, than buying conventional. It's just that it's just been put into the ugly corner up until now. And I think that's about to change. So
I want to build on that too, just quickly. Like, there's, we're talking, and this is all incredible, but I just want to cite the fact that there's also a whole lot of cultural, like, untangling that we have to do. So, for instance, we do swapping in India. We really brought swapping there and launched it. And we work with our ambassador and, one of my favorite swappers in the world, Evelyn Sharma. She's a big Bollywood actress. And we have a very difficult time doing swapping in India because people don't want to have clothes that they don't know who owned it first. So it's really interesting. We kind of, I say this all the time. I live in a bubble. I speak in a bubble. Everything's in a bubble with me. So we have to be a little bit careful when we're talking about this is going to be the future, because we have so much cultural untangling to do that just because these models may work on paper, what we've seen with GFX and what we've seen with Swap Chain is that there are so many different nuances that we have to deal with. So the same thing was in Portugal and Latin America when we started launching in, Nicaragua and Brazil and all these places. People, they're so tied to the fact that they have to have something new, and that's what creates the value, that there's a lot of untangling there. So I think there's a lot of work that still needs to be done.
Thank you. I think we are up to our hour. Thank you, everybody, for voicing today. I mean, I feel like we could go on for like much longer. There's so much to say, be said, so much to be done. But yeah, I believe, Claire, if there's contact information for all panelists, like we could put them in a chat. If they have any questions, maybe they could reach out to all speakers directly. But thank you so much for this amazing insight. It's a wealth of information. I look forward for many collaborations going forward. And to you, Claire.
Thank you so much. This was just incredible and really inspiring for the future as well. I'm going to take David's word and say it's magical. I really love that. It feels so hopeful and positive, and a great silver lining that's going to come out of the challenges of this year. It feels like the world is ready to move forward with a sustainable future. And I love how we're looking at this from supply chains to upcycling and swapping, and everybody is, and renting and exchanging clothes. So it feels so magical and positive. Thank you so much. And Keith, that was wonderful. I really appreciate your thoughtfulness that you put into this. All right. Thank you, guys. We are going to move on. We're going to move on to our next panel, and we have Kairu. He is moderating. We have a conversation. Accessories at the intersection of design and technology. Hi, Kairu.
Hi, Claire. It is so wonderful to be here. How are you?
I'm fantastic. I am fantastic. Thank you. That was such an insightful panel. I'm really looking forward to what we're going to discover with you. We have Ryan. Ryan, do you want to turn your camera on from Pulpo AR? Hi.
Hello, everyone.
We
Hey, Claire.
have Dominique and we have Teresa. If you want to, do you want to turn your camera on, Teresa? Hi.
Fantastic. Did we lose Marta?
I think so. But we'll
Okay.
she'll come back in if she's available.
Okay,
So I'm
fantastic.
going to drop out and I'm going to listen to you, but I'm really excited to hear what you all have to say. Thank you so much.
Okay, wonderful. Well, it's so lovely to be speaking to you all here today at Digital Fashion Week, New York, talking about the intersection of fashion and technology. And I know we have a fantastic presentation from Ryan from Pulpo AR today that we're really excited to get into. I collected a few questions that I want to ask you all, and we're just going to kind of move right through it because I know we have about 45 minutes to discuss. So if you can keep everything as concise and detailed, but concise and brief as possible, I'd love that. So I want to start with going around from each person. If you could give us an introduction and a brief description of what it is that you do. We can popcorn this. Yeah, it's totally fine.
Should I start? So I'm Ryan Godoy. I'm based in Brazil, São Paulo, and I'm the co-founder of Pulpo AI. And what we do is basically our long-term vision is to merge the physical and virtual worlds together using virtual reality. And we are starting doing this by launching our AR shopping experiences, what we call. So I have a presentation after we make the introduction of everyone. I will be glad to share what it is and how it's changing the fashion and all the retails actually.
That sounds fantastic. Yeah, we're going to segue right into that as soon as we hear from Teresa and then Dominique.
Okay. Hello. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Teresa Majid. I am the co-founder and CEO at Rise AD, an art-inspired eyewear brand. Our mission is to inspire confidence through artistic and colorful eyewear and build community through creative expression. Happy to be here.
I love that.
Hi, my name is Dominique Renee, and I am the designer of a 3D printed line of jewelry and accessories. My pieces are a sassy exploration of life, love, and loss. And my collections are brought to life by music.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all for joining us, Ryan, Teresa, Dominique. Ryan, why don't we go right into your demonstration? I'm very fascinated by what you said so far, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this demonstration. We'll yield the floor to you.
Sure, let me share my screen with you guys. Looks like I can't. I need permission from the host.
Okay, fantastic. Claire, if you would be able to permit the screen share for Ryan, we're going to see the demonstration.
I try again, Ryan. I just
It's down here now. I guess you guys are seeing that.
Yes.
Okay, so we're Popo AI. So again, we are really happy to be here. I try to go very fast and just stop where the value really is, because I believe the richness is in the conversation, actually. So what our aim is to transform the retail experience with our augmented shopping technology. So what it looked before the COVID and why we developed this is because there's some frictions in the shopping process, either in the in-store or online or offline stores that we can shop to. So the first one is consumers, they are not too confident to buy new products online because they cannot try it. The second one is the cost of returned products. They are increasing, especially now in times of the pandemic. The second is the product discovery. It's not a rich experience in the online stores. Another friction and pain for the brands are the testers and samples cost, production and distribution, actually. And inside of the store, there are also some frictions concerning to try on when trying a wide range of products, especially for makeup, for example. When a woman wants to go to the makeup store and try, let's say, a combination of lipstick, eyeshadows, different colors, it's usually not possible to do this. So there are some frictions. And also for the fashion, for the clothing, if you want to try different combinations of t-shirts and trousers, this is actually really complicated and takes a lot of effort and time. And also there's been a hard time to create innovative advertising and creating ways to reduce the customer acquisition cost. And also hard time to differentiate your brand in the online channels. And after the COVID, some of the pains we see is we have some hygienic concerns and concerns in touching the products in the store. And also there's been a quick shift from the offline to the online stores. This might change again when the stores reopen and people feel confident to go on the streets, but there will be some impact that will be less lasting for a while. So let's jump in here. So here's just a basic about the technology. So augmented reality works with artificial intelligence, computer vision, and we put on top of the computer vision, we put a layer of virtual assets, and we do face tracking, hand tracking, and object tracking to understand the real image and place virtual assets on top of it. So here's just an idea of what can happen is you can upload a picture of you or use your camera to see products on you in real time. We can do this with makeup. Here is an example how in the left picture you can see a person wearing the real product, and on the right you can see a virtual product being worn, the same product. So we see that we can achieve up to 80% of realism, unless you have a very clinical eye to see the difference in the color. It's very realistic. So we can also do for eyewear or for the fashion, for the clothing. For the clothing, we see that the technology is not mature enough to make all the dynamics of wearing a t-shirt, for example. It changes on the body size of the person, but we believe that in 5 years, the technology will be much more mature for this. Right now, what we see for the fashion, it's for the photo try-on. You take a picture of you, and then we can place virtual assets on top. But for the real time, it's a little bit complicated yet. Here's an example. It's a very short video to show you how it would work for the jewelry, for example, when you can try. So just an idea, there's research that was released by Global Web Index, and in US and UK, already 22% of consumers of makeup, they are expecting the brands to deliver the virtual try-on experience for them, either in store and online. This is actually surprising. 22% of consumers are actually aware of this technology already, and they want to use this technology in their shopping journey. And we see that at least 85% of the global makeup brands, they are already adopting this kind of technology, and they see the results already. So what we see is that the makeup industry, they were the first one to adopt. So they were the very early adopters. And we see other industries coming as well, like sunglasses, hats, or watches, jewelry. We see everyone adopting this kind of technology. Here's some of the benefits. We can amplify the discovery. So for example, when someone goes to the store, they can try more products and faster. So this improves and enhances a lot the discovery phase. Also, we increase the shop cart of the person. We see that people who goes with the virtual try-on journey, they have a larger shop cart value. We reduce samples for the cost for the samplers. For example, in a makeup store, they usually have samplers just for a few categories and few products. With the virtual try-on, they can make the virtual or the try-on experience more broader for all the products, for example, cheaper. We enhance the consumer experience. For example, we know that at least 50% of consumers, they would like to avoid going to stores, especially in these times. So giving them ability to try products online, it's really great. And another thing we see is that women, they report that the shopping experience for makeup is really poor, especially for hygiene. We can get better customer analysis and data from this kind of experience. We can, collect the whole journey, see the products they like, do retargeting. We can collect if they accept the opt-in. We can collect some demographics, like it's a woman, what is the range of the age, all these kind of things, and supply for the brands this kind of information. And especially right now with the COVID situation, we can adapt to touchless solutions. So the integration and this kind of technology, they can be delivered in multi-channels. The first one is smart screens, so they can be placed in store or in a shopping mall in multiple venues. It can be delivered online in websites or e-commerce in general, and as well in the apps. So it's it's also helping the companies with their omni-channel strategies. This is some of the brands we already work with. We have some global brands and franchise stores. For example, Lojas Renner in Brazil, they are the largest fashion retailers in the country. We have Sephora, MAC, and other brands as well. So guys, that's it. I try to keep this very short, and then we enrich the conversation.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Ryan, for sharing that. I do want to pitch to that real quick. If anyone wants to chime in with any thoughts about this particular technology and how it's changing the way that people would shop or that brands would present their products to the consumer.
Yeah, I'll chime in. Yeah, I mean, I thought that was great, Ryan. I think especially like in the eyewear industry, which you mentioned, that's definitely something that's becoming more of a focus. And we've actually been, talking about it a lot, especially, from last year moving into this year. We moved all of our like retail direct to consumer to e-commerce. So, and we actually sent out a questionnaire to our customers to ask them what is like the biggest challenge, like during the pandemic. as far as our brand is concerned. And that was the biggest one, was as far as not being able to try on our eyewear. So.
Yeah. Dominique, do you have any particular thoughts so far?
Yeah, I thought that like the jewelry demo was like super cool. And what I do isn't very traditional. So I feel like for me, it could be even more beneficial because my pieces are more unique. And I know sometimes people see them and they're like, okay, but like, how would I look in them? Or like, how could I style it? So I just think it's dope. I was kind of blown away. So yeah.
That's fantastic. Would you say you have, actually, let me rephrase this. How do we see our consumers? So we've got the technology side of things, right? As designers, as individuals who own jewelry brands and make the actual products that people will be buying, how do we feel about the trajectory or the opportunity to integrate this as we move into a more open world, like post-COVID type of situation? What are your thoughts maybe with the current customer base that you have and how they would interact with this technology as the world opens back up?
I think they would still interact with it a lot. I think for me, especially because I have like a broad range of people who like my stuff. So like, there's some people with like where my pieces are, like I have, you know, places in the city that carry my pieces, where they could go and they could try on and they could see. But like, I had a customer reach out to me not that long ago from the UK, and she's like, oh, like, is there anywhere like in the UK that sells your stuff? Like, you know, so I think like for me, especially because I have people all over, I think that would definitely enrich their experience, because like they can't just go to their local retailer and try it on, you know? So I definitely think that even post-COVID, it would still be something that my customers or, you know, potential customers would respond to well.
Yeah, I love that note. Orion, we are super excited to see where this technology goes and how it will bring more people together. Even as the world opens back up and we get to reconnect in person, there's so much tremendous value to this technology. I'm going to continue the conversation where we're talking to Marta. You move easily between the digital and physical worlds with your accessory designs. Are these two worlds parallel or do they overlap?
Cairo, I don't think we have.
I just asked a question to Marta. That's fine. You know what?
No,
We're going to move on.
Marta's not with us at the moment.
I don't know what just happened. Okay, so let's move on from that question. So we have Teresa and Dominique here. So we'll skip over that one. What is your experience with the digital world so far? What is your current interaction with AR? And how do you think it would benefit your brand? So a little similar to some things we've been talking about, but also a little bit different.
So for me, all my stuff is 3D printed. So I use computer aided design software to actually bring all my designs to life. I mean, I would say like, I guess I'm piggybacking on what I already said about AR. I definitely think that it would be really, really cool to be able to like have access, to be able to use that. And like, I would probably spend like the first day just playing with it myself, you know, but to be able to like have the opportunity to give my customers the ability to like, you know, like see what it would look like or like how it would like, so yeah. I feel like I'm repeating myself, but yeah, I definitely think that it would be very useful.
Yeah, I 100% see that. Getting excited about like having your product in a like in this digital catalog that people can try on, I would play with that all day, of course.
Yeah.
Teresa, what are your thoughts? What is your experience in the digital world and your use with AR, and how do you interact with it?
Yes, so with our brand, we work with a lot of artists. So with the collaborations that we do, we actually go into their space, and we work with them to actually digitize whatever the images are that we're going to use. So some are paintings, some are photographs, even with the fashion designers that we work with. So we digitize their actual prints and the designs that they create. So yeah, so it's actually something that we've been talking about as far as now creating that purely in a digital space, because we're doing it from reality and then taking it into the digital space to create the frames. But yeah, I think it would be kind of cool, like just like Dominique said, to be able to see our eyewear, because like even the glasses I have on today, like this is one of our optical pairs, but I would never wear a red pair of glasses probably prior to launching our brand. And a lot of our customers, because people get comfortable in their like comfort zone of like the black, brown, and tortoise frames. So for us, it's just like fun. And it's cool to see people that wouldn't normally like, venture out there. But like Dominique said, for customers that are not in your immediate physical space or in the country, then it actually helps them too. And then we have people that come, like if we're doing pop-ups or whatever, we're in a retail location where they want to buy a gift, but they don't know like what colors, what designs the person would like, what would look good on them. So I would definitely see AR being a definite plus.
Yeah, I love the note that you made about the color of your glasses, that you wouldn't have worn that beforehand. And forgive me, there's, I guess it's midday traffic over here. So one thing that stuck out to me about that is that consumers, when they even go out into public spaces, there's still that, oh, I would never go for that. And then they're in a public forum. Whereas if you're in your home, you're in your room, your own like sanctuary, you can try anything. You can go wild, and then you have this opportunity. You don't have to worry about the hygiene. You don't have to worry about being in a public space, and it's much more intimate in a way. I think it will be freeing for a lot of people. So I'm really excited to see the future of this. And I actually want to turn it over to Ryan. What is the feedback that you're getting from the brands that use your tools? And how does Polpo AR, am I pronouncing that correctly? Polpo AR, how does your brand intersect with social media, Zoom, and the massive amount of time we are now spending seeing ourselves on screen?
So let me start with the feedback from the brands. So initially, the brands, they were thinking that the AR would replace the try-on of the physical products. And what they saw actually is that it's more like a support tool. For example, the makeup brands or the beauty brands, what they see in the physical store is that the AR helps to perform what Teresa was saying, like the product discovery. So how can I try different products and discover new things? So for example, the journey in the store is a person goes there to buy makeup, and the sales consultant is showing new products, but the person is not trying. She's probably not going to try a green lipstick unless it's a person who is already used to do that. So, but with the AR tool, the person can try these and can try multiple combinations, a green lipstick with a blue eyeshadow or something. And then once the person finds the nice look she wants to have, then she moves to the final stage. And this is where the sales conversion will happen, is when they choose one look and they try the physical product, just to have the feel and touch, to see if the texture is fine, if it spreads nice on the skin. So the brands, they realize that actually the AR is not replacing the try-on of the physical product, but is supporting in the discovery of new products. And this is happening in the e-commerce as well. So what they see is that a person who is able to try a look in the e-commerce, they are more often buying a combination of products instead of buying just one lipstick. Now they are buying the lipstick and the eyeshadow, the combination. So it's increasing the shop cart as well. So these are the main feedbacks, and sorry, going to the next step, you said the conversion or the how it merged together with the social media, right? So we can deliver this exactly the same experience to the social media using the filters they have. And as well for the streaming platforms like Zoom, for example, we have customers, it's a beauty brand again. The majority of our customers, they are from the beauty because early adopters, you know. So what they did during the pandemic, they created the filters so people could use the makeup, just the virtual makeup to go for online meetings, for example. And also we have brands, for example, we have a brand in Canada, Cheekbone Beauty. Their consumers, some of the consumer or the people who wish to buy the brand, they didn't have the money to do so, but they were able to wear the digital makeup and use this and post in the social media. So it was, you know, a big engagement for the brand and the consumer. And maybe in the future, this consumer will turn out to be actually client of the brand. So it's you know, it's an experience that can be delivered in all these channels, Zoom, and we have some case. For example, Nike is launching a new pair of shoes that will be only digital. So people will buy the digital shoe, take pictures, and place in the social media, for example. They will not have the real product in the real life.
That is a fantastic note to close that on. I'm curious to know just what everyone's thoughts are on this. Is AR for everyone? Does it need to be something that everyone's involved in? Are there people who would not be involved in AR as consumers or brands? And what should designers consider before moving into AR? I know that's a loaded question.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna like put my legal hat on for a second, because I know there's like a lot of conversations out there as far as your intellectual property and the rights and retaining those rights, like copyright, trademark, the rights to your design. So for a fashion designer, like if they're like converting their patterns and their designs into a 3D, three-dimensional, and someone, you know, there's a third party doing that, then they just have to make sure that they're retaining their IP, because once it goes to that 3D form, like it's like still early on, but people say that then that copyright transfers to the 3D, the company or whoever is doing that transformation for that particular product. It's kind of like with music, like when someone covers a popular song, the cover version of that song, now the person that covers it actually owns that recording of it. They just don't own the underlying copyright if they're not using their own original lyrics. But that's the best analogy I can give.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Dominique, what are your thoughts?
I think that, like, from a designer standpoint, I think that's like, I don't think I can answer for everybody. Like, you know what I mean? I think it kind of depends on what you're designing and stuff. I think when you turn it to, like, I think you said, would it be for every customer? I think that was part of your question. And I feel like, no, because nothing is for every customer. You know, I think that it's something that I would definitely consider doing because I see the value in it. And I feel like for a good amount of my customer base, they would use it. But do I think all of my customers, like, no, but that's not true of anything. But to backtrack a little bit, another thing that I had thought of that's really cool is, like, in my design process, I end up printing a lot because, you know, like, you come up with an idea, but sometimes you don't get the sizing just right, or sometimes you don't get, so I think AR would be really cool because it would aid in that as well. But yeah.
Yeah, and I definitely want to make space for you, Ryan, if you have any additional thoughts on who this is
Yeah.
for and what brands or designers should consider before entering this space?
So, I'll say what is my short-term vision for this and what is my long-term vision. I completely agree with Dominic. I think nothing is for everybody. But I do believe that in the future, we'll have a lot of people using this. And we need some enablers to make this to become a reality and spread to more people. And one of these enablers is the hardware. So one thing that it might be a game changing in the future is the development of smart glasses. And Facebook is working on it, Apple is working on it, and it will be kind of, maybe in 15 years, I don't know, kind of Minority Report. I will look at Dominique with my smart glasses, and she will be wearing the jewelry that she chose to be wearing, but it's virtual. If I remove my glasses, she's wearing nothing, or she's wearing something different. But with my glasses, and even there are some companies that are developing contact lenses that they place virtual assets directly on your retina, on your eye. So, but we're talking about 15 years from now. Right now, what I see is that also in 15 years, keeping in 15 years, I believe that everyone will be a designer. I will be designing my own glasses, and I will do the design. There will be a studio. So Teresa will provide me a studio, a tool. I will design my glass. I will virtually try this on. I say, okay, this looks nice on me. I will click, and it will be 3D printed to me. And so, we are talking about 15 years or maybe 20 years. In the short term, what I see is that, like, the use case of Dominique, for example, is perfect. AR is great to support on checking how it's going. Is it good enough for me to launch, or I need to make some tweaks here and there? And especially for accessories that they are steel, for example, glasses or clothes, they change their forms. So it's a little bit hard to work with it. But sunglasses, they don't change the form as I move my head. Or the rings, they don't change the form as well. Even though we have some really nice physics in the technology, they can simulate the movements very well. For clothing, it will take a while yet. But for steel products like hats or watch or rings, I think it's a reality right now. So I think the designers, they should be considering to work with it right now, because this is the reality. Even though the beauty are the largest consumers of this kind of technology, we see that other industries are coming as well.
Yeah, I think those are a lot of really great notes that y'all have brought up about just how effective AR is going to be for the general public, and as well as what we need to be considering as designers. I love your note about everyone being a designer. We can see all of these different brands that are pushing to encourage people to customize their own experience. And it's slowly shifting. I literally saw, as you were speaking, I'm thinking about different areas of design outside of even fashion and jewelry, how the world is moving towards a choose your own path, design your own experience, right? So I'm very excited to see where that's going to go in this world of digital fashion and AR. And those smart glasses also really stand out to me. I'll be thinking about that a little bit. I was thinking about the Google glasses that we once had, but I'm excited to see what we're going to come out with in the 10 to 15 year window as well. So we have a little bit of time left. I'm going to ask I have two more questions that I'm going to ask, and these are for everyone. What is the role of sustainability in your work? How has it looked in the past? How does it look now? And what does it look like in the future for you?
Maybe I can start. So we see that ours is helping a lot for the sustainability. For example, testers. There are tons, millions of testers being distributed everywhere, every day, and the technology helps to avoid this kind of product going there. It's a lot of packaging. Usually when you consider the proportion of product and packaging, the testers, they're awful. It's very little product and a lot of packaging. So we support in reducing this kind of waste very well. And also what we do is when we are working with the customers, we try to use the hardwares that already exists in the store, for example. Instead of buying new hardware, we try to integrate to existing hardwares. So we don't have also to come with new stuff and produce new things and new ways. So we believe that this kind of technology supports a lot in this sustainability.
I love that note. That is definitely a big issue. When you mentioned that earlier in your presentation, I was thinking, I wonder how much packaging. I actually never knew, but it's a lot, it seems. So yeah, fantastic impact on the industry. Teresa?
Yeah, so yeah, I mean, that was a good point, Ryan, about the packaging, because I mean, it wasn't something that I really thought a lot about until we started the eyewear company, because packaging is like everything, like, and but then like in our industry, like because of the mass production of eyewear, because there's not, you know, domestic production is almost impossible unless you talk about 3D printing, but then there's a lot of costs involved with that as well. And there's waste involved with pretty much everything. So for us at our company, we use recycled polycarbonate for our frames. And then we also do, I think if companies did more like manufacturing on demand, if they could, but then what happens is the consumer also needs to understand that that means that the cost is going to be higher because it's higher for the small brands, the independent brands. So then, it becomes a little more costly for the consumer. However, it's going to eliminate a lot of waste by being able to do those things. And that can be anywhere from fashion. You may just have to wait a little bit longer. And hopefully during this past year, if it's helped us with anything, it's with our patients. So I definitely think that's something that we just have to educate the consumers to understand that everything is not going to be like Amazon. Everything's at your door, like same day, next day. So.
Yeah, I love all those notes. Dominique, what are your thoughts?
Yes, so all of my pieces are made to order for the most part. The plastic that I actually create my jewelry with is biodegradable. It's actually made from cornstarch. And then the metals that I use are all like ethically sourced. And in terms of the future, I would say like as I start to venture more into using finer materials, I am really interested in the upcycled route, even with some of the gemstones. So it's definitely something that I think about.
Yeah, I love where you're able to make sure that things are, like you mentioned, it being biodegradable, the plastics that you use, and also just kind of the future where you're going to be heading into some finer pieces. That's really exciting. And having that consciousness about how you source those stones and how you bring that into your practice is really important. And I'm hoping that there are some designers who are learning some new things, watching this, who are thinking about things with their own brand and how they can access more sustainable options today. The last question I have, we have about 4 minutes left. What is your vision for the fashion industry? What are your thoughts on the aspects of community and representation in particular, how it is and how it should be, and what can we do to make the industry better for everyone?
I think the fashion industry has come a long way, but I think it still has a very long way to go. I think that in terms of community, specifically, I feel like I'm somebody who, went to school I did go to school for art, but I didn't go to school for fashion. So I kind of entered into this industry not knowing a lot. And I feel like there's like no transparency to me, like for the most part. I feel like there's a lot of unknowns about fashion. So I think as a community, if we're just more transparent, if we share more of our experiences, if we share because I feel like people just tend to get a glimpse of things, but they don't really understand, like, okay, like, wow, she just did this, but like, how did she do that? And I'm not saying that we need to like give people the blueprint, but I think that just being more transparent, so that there isn't so much of a learning curve. Whether you go to school for fashion or not, there's still going to be a learning curve. So that's what I think about community. As far as representation, I just think that like 2020 to me was like a good year for there being more representation, but I feel like from what I saw, like a perfect example would be like a lot of these big magazines or online resources came out with like, okay, well, like 20 Black owned brands to support, or like person of color brands, or whatever the case. But a lot of times they were the same 20. So I feel like representation should exist on all levels. So like, it shouldn't just be the people who are maybe somewhat at the top of their game that just maybe you just haven't heard about. It should be people at all different levels. And I think that's just something that is, you know, going to take more work for everyone. But those are my thoughts, and those are the things that I would like to see change.
Yeah, I love those. Ryan, you unmuted. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so talking about you know, diverse and representativeness our job is really important. When we make the computer vision, the computer has to recognize the person in the image, and we definitely don't want to let anyone behind. So, you know, it's really important for our technical teams to train the computer to recognize everyone, be it a Black person, a white person, an Asian, a Brazilian, you know, the whole races in the world. And if we don't do this, we let the machines to have bias, and this is really bad. So we have a very, very important role when we develop this kind of technology. And when we go for fashion, what I would say, it's shifting from technology. You know, fashion has a key role for the diversity, because, you know, they have a power to shape what the opinion we have about what is beautiful and what's not. And, you know, I'm really glad that here in Brazil, we see a big shift in this. The big brands, they are, you know, making products for everyone. They are, you know, promoting, and this is changing how people look to each other on the streets. And I think fashion, has one of the major roles in this kind of initiatives that we need to have.
Yeah, I agree. So well put. I think there's like alarms going off over here, or sirens, and it's just kind of like a wake up call as we're kind of talking about these situations and sharing our perspectives. Teresa, what are your thoughts on the fashion industry? What's your vision? How can we improve what's been going on?
I think in just, you know, hearing what Dominique had to say about, you know, all those lists, especially last year, one thing that I've realized in working with other independent brands is that there are a lot of independent brands doing a lot of cool things that don't get the recognition. And I think if we collaborate more and share in each other's markets, because it's hard for independent brands to compete with major brands. We don't have the marketing dollars, we don't have the ad spend, we don't have the reach. So, and then with collaborations and also just diversity, like diversity is good for everyone in every industry, because you get differing opinions, you just get to, I think, just different perspectives. And I think it's just great for not just our economy, but for the global economy.
Yeah, I love those notes. I love how we've kind of wrapped this all together, where we're looking to be more transparent and to build more community through collaboration. I know at my brand, we're we build everything on a foundation of self-exploration is what I call it. And so being able to look at yourself and be completely honest and vulnerable with yourself in your own space, in your own brand, and then to share that as a light for others. And as you gain momentum, that you bring other people with you, that you build that community, I think that's going to be a really powerful and transformative experience, especially at the intersection of fashion and technology. I want to thank you all for coming on here today. Claire's come back. I'm going to hand it back over to her. This has been a fantastic panel discussion. Thank you all so much.
That was really amazing. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just have one, Ryan, I don't know if you can give us in just a couple of seconds, we had somebody asking to do a quick recap on the effects of AR from your slideshow. Could you, like in a couple of sentences, recap on that?
From what, sorry?
From your presentation, somebody was asking about what AR affects. I'm not entirely sure. That's the information.
So the impact for the industry, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. So the main feedback that we are having from from our customers, the brands, is that AR is helping a lot in the product discovery. This is where AR is coming into play. So together with the discovery, there are other benefits as well. For example, reducing costs with samplers, or reduction of products that they are purchased online and they are sent back because there was not a fit with the consumer. And so, you know, there's reduction of cost, but the major impact that we are seeing is that the product discovery, it's much more rich with the consumer. They try different products. They find new products they were not searching for, and they can try this. You know, for example, for the beauty, they can try multiple combinations of makeup colors, a green lipstick with a blue eyeshadow, for example. Like Kiro said, a person normally would not try this in the physical store or wearing the physical product. So this is where the impact is being made. And what it's causing is, it causes two things: a high time of the user spent on the screen, and this increases one of the very key metrics for e-commerce, which is the screen value. And the second thing is it's increasing the value of the shop cart, because now the consumers, they are discovering new products and they are adding to the shop cart together with a anchor product, for example.
Thank you.
So if anyone would like to listen more, I'm available. You have all my contacts, so I will be happy to go further.
Wonderful. Thank you. This was an amazing conversation. Ryan, thank you. Dominique and Teresa, that was incredible. Your work is beautiful. And Teresa, I love that you gave us some legal advice as well. That was very valuable. And, you know, really, as we're looking into the future, these are things that we need to think about. And these are difficult issues for artists to deal with as well. Kairo, thank you so much for hosting and moderating. That was fantastic.
Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So we're going to move on to our next group now. We are going to, it's hosted by Jordana Guimaraes of Fashion Innovation. We have Morgan, and we have Rish, we have Avi Hay. I'm going to hand over to you guys as we are going to talk about a new way to sell, from AR to XR to AI. So we're going to have some great insights into how the fashion industry is just going to go forth from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for having us. And I'm so excited. I know some of you, but not all of you. And I'm just thrilled to have this conversation, especially because technology is what we all need nowadays, right? More than ever. So I'll start by introducing myself quickly. My name is Jordana Guimaraes. I'm the co-founder of Fashion Innovation, which is a platform where we have three key pillars: technology, sustainability, and entrepreneurship in the world of fashion. And so I'm thrilled to be here today with all of these incredible speakers. And I'd love for each of you to introduce yourself. So we could start with, I don't know, so we'll start with Morgan, please.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Jordana. Hi, everybody. Really excited to be here. I'm Morgan. I'm the co-founder and COO of Bold Metrics. We have an AI technology that produces AI body scans. So we can integrate into all different kinds of experiences. We work with large apparel brands and retailers on their websites, and we're also doing some really exciting stuff and some exciting things to talk about here around AR, VR, XR, and all of the above. So happy to be here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Morgan. Now we're going to go to, I don't want to say anybody's name wrong, so if I say it wrong, please correct me. We're going to go to Avihai Felds.
Wow. First of all, you can make it Avi if it's simpler, but you said it well. My name is Avihai Feld. I'm the co-founder and the co-CEO of Browseware. What we do in Browseware is a solution that is transforming this apparel industry into a complete 3D digital workflow.
Amazing. I'm actually familiar with Browseware, so I'm super excited for you to be here and learn more. Next, we're going to go to David Polinchuk.
That's right. Hi, everybody. Also glad to be here. I am one of the co-founders of the Brand Experience Lab. We are a retail playground for emerging technologies in Jersey City, designed to let retailers come in and experience emerging tech hands-on. So excited to be here and looking forward to the discussion with everybody.
Thank you so much. So nice to meet you on here digitally. And next we're going to go to Rish Lotlikar. Is that right?
That's right, Lotlikar. All right. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I am the co-founder and CEO of Superworld. Superworld is a virtual world mapped on top of the real world where anyone can create, discover, and monetize anything. And we've divided up the world into 64 billion virtual digital blocks, which are properties that anyone can own and get a share of all the economics that happen on Superworld on their plot.
Amazing. Thank you so much. So I think, did we have another Mark Loeb from Beyond XR? I don't see him on here. So
I think he dropped off, Jordana.
Oh, okay.
We're just trying to get him back again.
Okay, perfect. So I guess we could start until he comes in, right? Should we wait?
Yeah, we'll just let him in as soon as he comes back.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to start off with asking, I have these questions here, but I feel like I do want to start off by asking anybody who wants to jump in on this, but I feel like the fashion industry, obviously 2020, pandemic, everything happened more so than ever. Technology in every aspect is super important for the industry to move forward. It's always been important, but I feel like there's been like a mad dash to it now. So whoever wants to jump into this, what do you feel is the biggest, for the brands that are not yet adapting all of these technologies and solutions into what they're doing? What do you think is kind of like the biggest fear of a brand coming into starting to use technology, like when it comes to the fashion industry in general? So anybody can jump in on this.
You know what? I mean, I guess there's always a fear of failure and doing something wrong. But I say this as a person who's 61 years old. I think a lot of it is you get a lot of people who've been in the industry a long time. They're older people. They've been doing something a certain way for so many years, and it's really hard to, I mean, we've looked at COVID, and believe me, we wish COVID never happened, and it's been a terrible thing. But it's also driven a lot of the changes that we've all wanted to do for decades. And I really think that, I think the industry in particular is really sort of, they're in a way of doing things. They do things the way they do things, and it's been very hard for them to make changes.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Thank you so much for that feedback and answer. Mark Loeb is back, so I'd love for you to introduce yourself. We went through a round of introductions, so if you could do that, that would be amazing. Nice to meet you.
Hi, thank you. My name is Mark Loeb. I am the head of global sales of Beyond XR. Beyond XR is an extended reality company. We create 3D immersive experiences that are embedded in companies' websites that increase customer engagement, as well as the ability to shop. So as a company, we see that from an e-commerce point of view, it hasn't changed in more than 20 years. So we are creating a new way for brands to really engage with their customers and a new way to shop.
Amazing. Thank you so much for that. So the first question I have here, and so it goes, okay, so with so many fashion technology options available, how do designers, brands, and retailers cut through the noise to find what works for them? And I feel it's funny, but starting Fashion Ovation, I did see that as a main, people don't know where to look for these technologies. So I'd love to start with Avihai, then we can go each of you. I'd love to get your point of view on this question, please.
Sure, happy to. Well, first of all, I will divide the world into, the brands and the designers and the independent designers mostly, which are two different, completely, I would say, type of audiences. Whereas for the brands and the retailers, I think it's more understanding through the noise of what's happening. It's more about kind of precise discovery, I would say. For them, it's more about, they have their own pillars that they're on, day in, day out. It's their design, it's their selling, and selling B2B and B2C. And it's also, of course, manufacturing. And on top of that, in the new technology world, of course, there's the entire data collection and analysis which comes in. So if you look at if I needed to give any recommendation to any of the brands out there, number one, I would say, and mostly I'm talking about the traditional brands. It's, again, very much different from the pure play technology guys like the Amazons and the Zalando. These guys are coming from tech. So that would be a different world for these guys. For the more traditional businesses, for them to be able to reach out for the new, into the mist and find what's really good for them. First of all, I would recommend to have a whole internal team of digital strategists that would, on one hand, look at what the brand actually needs. What are the targets for them to reach? Then find the best solution, and a solution that will be an end-to-end solution, which is both give something that will give them an immediate solution, something that already proven itself to be, to give solutions, and that it will be very relevant to their bottom line. Then, when they're capable of doing this, and that's a lot of effort just there, then you can start thinking about extra values, about extra innovation and things that are, more in the experimental view. And that would be awesome to start investing in those. But first and foremost, for the traditional guys, is to do that step into digitalization that really works. And for the more design, I would say, independence out there, this is more of a, I would say, personal decision that they need to make. In those, in this big crowd of people, you have more design or creative crowd, you have pattern maker or engineers of the apparel, if you want. And of course, you have 3D specialists, and for each one of them, there's a different something waiting for them out there, and it really depends what is it that they're looking for. So for them to go through the mist of all the options is more of a, I would say, kind of a discovery journey. While they're looking at the different solutions, they also, I guess, would find what fits really them, what fits their capabilities, what do they really like, and essentially what do they want to do day in and day out. For some of them, it will be very practical. Again, end to end, I'm doing physical garments at the end of the day, and I need a solution that helps me go through and quickly be able to reach my decision in the digital world and then go and create the physical. For others, the whole thing would be ending in a digital game. It will be them creating digital garment that then either goes into gaming, into social network, into showcasing, and that's it. That's where it's going to end. So, the best thing I can offer these guys is to set their targets as well, and then go through the journey of understanding what is the solution that makes them come up with their best.
Amazing. Thank you. I see, Mark, you've unmuted yourself on and off. So did you have something to add or say?
Yeah, I 100% agree with what Avihai has to say. I mean, what's most important for, to break through the noise is to identify what your needs are. And that's where you start. You need to decide, from a strategy point of view, internally in your company, what do we need from technology right now? Like if you're B2B or B2C, there's different solutions. So you need to really map out and strategize this. And, tech companies love working with all sorts of companies, small new startups, big companies, because from a technology point of view, every new company that we work with is a new case study for us, and that can be applied to something in the future. So I think what's really important to break through all the noise and understand is to really identify what your needs are internally, because there's a lot of great things out there. And once you can break it down into a really standard plan, you can see what fits for your company and then back into the technology that works for it.
I love it. I love that different angle. I'd love to go to David. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so, I think the other thing is to really look at where your audience is. So I was just visiting my mom. She's in her late 80s. She is definitively not doing AR trying on of clothing. She's not, and I started doing VR in 92. So, she is not putting on a head mount and going shopping. That's just not where she's doing, right? And I think a lot of times we get so excited about the tech ourselves that we assume everybody else has the same excitement and use level. And that's not at all the case. Now, if you're dealing with my 20-year-old daughter, then you're not advertising on soap operas, you're doing a whole different thing. And I think the journey needs to start with where your audience is. Then, as both Avi and Mark have said, strategize where you are. And it's at that intersection where you can really see the excitement and the opportunities.
I love that. Thank you so much for sharing that part of it too. And Harish or Morgan, did you also want to add something to this?
Yeah, I think on my end, designers and others in the ecosystem should think similar to how technology companies think about these technologies. So if they're evaluating new technologies, I think they have to be kind of, think of themselves as a startup. And if you're a startup and you're looking at new technologies or all your options out there, you have to, kind of take this kind of lean startup model approach, where you're evaluating and experimenting and testing and not afraid of, doing things that potentially are a little bit risky, and that's what makes startups so special. And potentially disruptive is they're not playing defense, and the brands that can execute that in a way that benefits them in an experimental way. I think that's the approach to take. So try a few different things. Obviously, do your due diligence and look for the right partners. But I think you have to try things. Is my point.
I love that. And last but certainly not least, Morgan.
Yeah, I wanted to actually echo a point that Avi made that I thought was really spot on the brand side, which is that brands really need to look at this and look at digital transformation not as something that necessarily like existing people on the team inherit, but something where they build out a team to evaluate it. And for us, the brands that we work with, and it can be a big or small brand. I mean, two great examples are we work with Men's Warehouse and Canada Goose. Both are exceptional at innovation. They have teams that are focused on it. They're focused on evaluating technologies. And to Harish's point, those teams also really understand, okay, if we're going to embrace new technology, we have to be comfortable with an idea of testing and learning. We have to know that we're going to be working with technologies that we may have to make some changes and tweaks to make sure this works with our customer, works into our ecosystem. And then, boy, there's so many great points made, but then also on David's point, and this is where it's important to really have a team, like Avi was saying, that's focused on this within the brand, because it all comes back to the customer, right? The whole point of this should be, well, there's, internally KPIs that, certain teams need to meet. At the end of the day, for a brand, for a designer, what you're really trying to do is delight your customer. And so it's putting those pieces together, but always remembering who is it that we're trying to make the experience better for.
I love it. I feel like I'm in the best technology class right now. I hope everybody's taking notes because I'm learning so much. And I really love what was said also about, you know, the early brands and the smaller brands, they can really test out and try and it's easier for them. But when it comes to the bigger brands, having an internal team that's looking at all of the things that are, you know, possible solutions for them that they can implement is really, really smart. So I love when you mentioned that and everything else that everybody said. So thank you guys so much. The next question that we're going to go to is, what are the key values that retailers and brands should consider when creating their digital strategy? So I'd love to know who wants to jump in on this and we can kind of popcorn around.
I don't mind. I'll start again, but I'll make it short. I promise. I think, again, if I go back to what I said earlier on, the pillars for the brands and retailers are design, the creative part of the pre-production, the sales, manufacturing, and of course that data collection. These are the things that they need to look when they're thinking about the strategy of becoming digital. And in that world, I think that the whatever digital strategy they take, most of those big brands and the retailers should also include their vendors in. Anyway, the vendors are a major element today within any type of a workflow, any type of a supply chain of those big brands. They have to be part of that digital strategy, if you want. The next thing that those big companies, they need to think about is when they go to any type of strategy and they pick solutions, one solution, several solutions, there's going to be something there which is in the main artery, the main and the heart of everything. That's going to be some kind of a solution that they need to build the entire strategy on. Whatever it is, it has to be open, because whatever is working for today doesn't mean that it's going to work for 3 or 4 or 5 years down the line. Things are now progressing so fast that when you're thinking about your strategy, you need to find something that you know that is going to be robust and sustainable for the next 10 years. And when I say open, it means that it can then be connected to more and more solutions that are coming in. Some of them are must-have, some of them are innovation. But as long as that thing that the company has chosen as the foundation of which she's going to digitalize on, it has to be open. You know, what you don't want to have is every 5 years changing the entire solution because the thing that you chose is I don't know, a closed garden and cannot be replaced. So that's one of the key issue that I would recommend any big brand to take in consideration. And then, of course, there's the value creation. Companies that are going today into digitalization, they need to know what is the value that they're seeking for. It doesn't mean that they know exactly what's going to be the value within 2, 3, 4 years down the line, but they can surely say what is the value that they're looking for today. Is it cutting on their pre-production cycle time? Is it selling more online? Is it selling more offline? What is it that they're looking for? And what is it that they're looking for first? And by that, choose or let that be one of the priorities in choosing the right strategy. And once they're doing that, once they know what value they're looking for and they're finding the right system that will create that value for them, they need to think of scale. It's not just about, I was able to solve an idea. It has to go in scale. If I'm a brand and I'm spending in any type of digitalization, it has to go across the board. This is how they will see the real value coming. And of course, when you choose a solution, it has to have a proven success, strong support, easy onboarding, and then the last thing, but maybe it's the first thing, is anyone should really check and understand what is the strategy of whatever solution they choose. What is the strategy around the data collection and analysis? Because that's the key element for everything that will come thereafter. Improving the system, improving the experience, going towards artificial intelligence, but I'm not going to go to the next topic. So data collection, very important in that strategy planning.
Amazing. No, and data is everything now, right? For every business, any business, that's the key. So thank you for adding that on at the end. Does anybody else want to jump in on that?
There was one point I wanted to comment on also that Avi said, which I think is so important when brands are evaluating technologies. And it's, looking at scale and how do you actually test how this would perform at scale before you actually deploy it at scale, right? It's almost like a chicken and egg problem. And I can see brands a lot of times trying to figure out how to do that. And there's two paths that I see companies take. One path is, well, why don't we just test this with people inside our company? And we used to see this happen all the time where you're working with a big brand and they go, you know what, why don't we just take this 10-person team? They're currently in this, let's have them try it. And a lot of times what you find out is you either get false negatives or false positives of how well the technology works, but then you also don't really get to test at scale at all because it's 10 people, they work in the company. And we found the brands that are the best at embracing innovation, what they look at is, okay, well, if we want to know how this does at scale, we need to get this in front of customers. We need to do proper A/B testing. And we need to have, if we're a brand that reaches, 50 million people, we need to be testing with at least 50,000 people. We can't test with 5 to 10 people around the office. That's not going to give us a representative sample. So I think a lot of this comes back to, kind of the point I made before about thinking of the customer, but in thinking about the customer, it's really looking at, well, what framework can we test to understand how will this actually work with our customer if we were to deploy this at scale?
Amazing. Thank you so much for adding that on. Anybody else?
Oh, I'm going to jump on, what both Morgan and Aviha said. I look at my notes thinking about what companies need to do to have their key values, and they're hitting on the same points. Scalability is a huge thing. So you need to understand that when you are planning your strategy and your values, you're going to set your KPIs of your return on your investment and your customer attribution and, customer lifetime value and all those things that are typical KPIs. But the things you need to look at are the ability to scale. And so jump on what Aviha said, open systems are really important because being able to use multiple platforms and multiple systems with that same set of data is very important in the future. So having that ability to work with, all different kinds of digital strategy companies, digital companies to create things for you guys, having those open systems really helps. I can tell you right now, we partner with Browseware and they have an open system to us, and we're able to take the 3D images that the designers are making and import them into our environment that gives them the ability to merchandise in a live feed. So those are really important things to think about. And lastly, the data. It goes back to what Morgan said about customers. When we create experiences and we're working with companies to build what their values and KPIs should be, it's really about measuring from what is happening with the customer and getting that information and analyzing it as a brand. It's worth its weight in gold because it tells you what your customer is wanting and what your customer is doing. So, when companies are planning their strategy, they're going to think about their traditional things of how much money is going to cost and what our return is. But really thinking about scalability, open systems, and data collection are really where the future of our industry is going.
Totally agree.
I think my point to that, and I love all of those responses, is ultimately you got to be customer centric and you got to be long-term focused. So again, really don't do something because you think it's cool. Do something because you really believe that you're adding value to customers and customers want whatever that new benefit it is, and then make sure you're building for the long term as far as possible. I think different companies and organizations have different horizons that they can plan for, but try to extend that out as far as possible so you're building something with strong foundations.
I'm going to just say one quick thing, which is I think stop thinking digital. I know that's a hard thing to say when we're on a digital panel, but I think by separating digital as its own thing is why so many companies get into trouble. I think it's just your strategy, right? It's just the things you need to do today. It's the same as building a store, running a circular in a newspaper, running a TV, whatever you're doing, it should just be strategy and roll it out that way, as opposed to trying to make it be this is digital stuff and this is everything else I do.
A great point, David.
That's such a good point. I mean, we are, you know, because today is digital in many, many ways. That's awesome. And I love it, Rish, when you mentioned the value of, like, you know, not just doing it because it's cool, but really bringing value to your client. I love that. So everything was amazing. So the next question is, AI is rapidly being adopted in fashion. Is this purely positive and progressive? And should AI be a key factor in how technology evolves? So I'd love to know who wants to jump into that.
I mean, I'll jump in quickly. I believe that AI is really important. And I believe at some point it's going to become table stakes for everyone, that everyone is going to have some sort of AI in their, you know, in not their strategy, in their e-commerce, in everything they do. It will become table stakes. The question is, when will that happen? And that's something that no one can answer, but it's been a very, very positive experience. What's going on in the world of AI. We are working with it. We're working with partners who use it. So it is an important part of the digital world at this point.
Thank you. Who else wants to jump into this?
Yeah, I mean, it's near and dear to my heart. We've been deploying our technologies and AI technology to brands for almost a decade now. And it's been actually amazing to see the shift of brands initially being very uncomfortable with the concept of deploying AI to now really embracing it. And I think it really all comes back to the customer. Like for us, you know, we're doing an AI body scan. So we're getting brands, their customers' body shape and size and body measurements in some cases for the first time. And so they're moving from like statistical studies of trying to guess who their customer is to now knowing who their customer is. So that's really powerful when you're looking at like customer centricity and some of the stuff that Mark was talking about, which I thought was really spot on. And then you look at the feedback loop and the learning that you get from AI. So for us, like we take purchase and returns data in, we use that to constantly update our recommendations. So we know, do people like to wear this loose and tight? Is there a variation in fit preference between geographies? And that's stuff that brands have never been able to take into account before. And AI is now really allowing them to do that. And so I think, you know, when deployed correctly, what you're seeing is brands being really able to better personalize to their customer. And so then, you know, I feel like I'm kind of like beating the same drum here over and over, but it's like really all about like, you know, how can brands do a much better job with their customers by removing friction, making it a more personalized experience in the end, you know, delivering to their customer a better product. Because, you know, I think that AI is going to be a key piece in the puzzle when it comes to sizing inclusivity, and really being able to make sure that you're not just supporting, you know, a certain segmented range of sizes, but you're supporting all of your customers and making them feel good and making them feel positive about that experience. And I really think AI is helping us get there.
Amazing, thank you.
I do think we need to be aware of the unfortunate built-in prejudices that are coming from the creators of AI, which is all of us, by the way. I don't mean to segment anybody, but so much of you know, some of the challenges we're seeing in AI is not understanding that you know, it's taking the stereotypes and prejudice that we have and just putting it into a computer in some cases. So I think just being aware of those kind of issues helps us understand how to use it in a way that, as everybody, especially Morgan, keeps coming back to, and Harish, delivers to the customers. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if it works, doesn't work. It's fantastic. It's the most accurate AI in the history of mankind. It's God. If it's not delivering value to the customers, then none of it has any value.
I love that. Avi or Rish, did you want to add?
Yeah, I think that, you know, I'm not gonna say maybe new things, but I'm just looking at it from a different angle. AI has huge amount of premise. Years back, it came with a lot of premise, and I think we already see some of it becoming a true value in many different other industry. Whereas, you know, the fashion industry is still doing its baby step within that. But I do think that in the coming next, you know, 1, 2, 3 years, we will see a steep improvement curve of the value that our clients are going to get from artificial intelligence. Now, if I needed to recommend my clients how to look at AI, definitely would be number one, what is the value for me? And the value should be very clear. It's not, AI sounds like, ooh, big mysterious thing. But at the end of the day, what is the value for me? And the value, again, under can I sell better with that? Obviously, yes. Can I have better creative decisions? Probably yes. Manufacturing in a much smarter way that keeps learning? Probably yes. But then again, it has to be there with a very, with a very tangible value for these brands. But the other thing that I would recommend is to, I think I've said it almost in every question before, is collect data. Collect data from everywhere, from your pre-production processes, from your selling online, from everywhere that you can collect data, because that data will become the data that trains the whatever deep learning system that you will have, that will drive the AI to bring you some kind of value along the way. That data, super critical, and it's going to be different from one brand to the other, and therefore it's important to start collecting it yesterday.
Amazing. Thank you. Rich, did you want to add something?
I would add that, I think that it is definitely going to optimize the overall ecosystem and, every aspect of the business. The thing I think is important to also understand is, the creativity of designers and the creativity that even comes through any of those processes really should also be embraced. I think that, we as humans do things that machines will never be able to do, most likely for a while, at least I hope. And so we shouldn't forget about, the beauty and creativity of all of us, at the same time, enhancing those capabilities with AI.
I love that. That resonates with me a lot because I'm all about people. So I think you're totally right. And I forget what magazine it was, but I read something where Mark Cuban said that the first world's trillionaire was going to be something with AI. I don't know if it was Fast Company or one of those, but so interesting. So the next question is, are there opportunities for independent designers, brands, and individuals in the fashion industry to compete with the large brands who have the budget to invest in new technology? So whoever wants to jump in on that one, please do.
So I'll jump in on this. I think there's absolutely a place for all, any kind of person in our industries right now with technology. Our company, we work with fashion startups that have a 30-piece collection that they don't have a budget to open up their first store, so they want to make a virtual store. And then we work with big companies like, Delta Galil and Calvin Klein and things like that. So, we're a startup also. And as a startup, we understand, when people are starting to build their careers. And the way we look at it is every new designer that we work with, or every new business that we work with, or brand that we work with, it's a new case study for us. And it helps our company better understand how the fashion industry is evolving. Because every time we talk to a new customer, whether they be a $500 million company or someone who's starting up, we have these deep ocean, back and forth ideas about what we're going to create for them, because we live in a virtual world in what I do. And, again, we have designers all over the world that we hire, 3D artists that work for us all over the world because we're a global company. So I think there's definitely a place for independents and startup companies that want to experience new types of technologies. We understand that they might not have the same budget, but we're happy to work with anyone.
I love that. As a startup ourselves, I love that answer. So thank you. Who else wants to jump in on that?
I'll take a stab in it. I think that the short answer, of course, is yes. But yes, I'm being cautious here, because I don't think that the answer that I'm giving right now is about independents and small businesses competing with the big brands. That's not where I'm taking it. I'm more about being able to do the switch and bring so many more talented independents into the industry, whereas before it was a big challenge for them. And I think that the real I think barrier is everything that was before digital, 3D, and everything that comes out of it, to after. Before it was about physical samples, and that already has been the biggest hurdle for most of any other independent out there, just the hurdle to create a sample and then to manufacture a small amount of styles. It's almost impossible to do something like that in the previous world and the previous supply chain. In today's world, there is a whole bunch of technologies and opportunities to create something that could be very disruptive. So I don't know so much about the competition, but being able to have today, I mean, even if you are small brand or independent, and it's true that your brand you will have a low brand equity, but still the ability to use the tools today to create garments in 3D in a photorealistic manner that looks completely real, that already takes away the hurdle with the physical samples. And then being able to use social network, which so many of the independence designers are there in the social networks, they define the social networks, for them to be able to use that as a platform to approach their target audience, to sell to them, that makes the advertisement dollars, which are so expensive these days for them, it makes it far more accessible and low cost advertisement, if you want. And then, of course, there is a bit of a future uprising, smart factories that will, I don't see it not coming, I see it coming to everywhere, and being able to then lower the cost of small quantities of production with automated facilities next door, that will really change everything and will make it much easier for the independents and the small businesses to create small, I would say, fitted to their customers, to their taste, to their bodies, small quantities in a fair price. That will really change the entire landscape, I would say.
That's amazing. And it's interesting because at Fashion Ovation, we work with Kenneth Cole, Diane von Furstenberg, but then we have a ton of startups as well. And a lot of times we see that the startup brands, sometimes they're even born as a company already with so much innovation because they can take that leap of faith and try something new and put it out there and see what happens, to where the bigger companies, we see it takes a lot longer for them to adapt. So thank you so much for that answer. Does anybody else want to jump in before we go to the next question?
I was actually going to just say the point that you just made, Jordana, which is a really good point, which is sometimes I think there's this assumption of like, oh, like with everything in the world, the big brands have an advantage and like, how do the little companies stay up with it? And I think with like technology and AI right now the tables have kind of turned, because startups can move a lot faster. In a lot of cases, they have experience testing technologies broadly with users. It's very interesting. Some of the startups we work with, they're A/B testing framework, and they have like data scientists behind that look at statistical significance and say, okay, we're going to do this A/B test. We're going to test with this exact group of customers. We know this is statistically significant. And then sometimes we'll talk to a big brand and they're saying, yeah, like me and like this person next to me and this person here, we're going to test it. And it's like, but what about significance? Like, do you have a data scientist going to look at this? What's the model for actually looking at this data and evaluating and go, oh, we haven't done that yet. We just like test it with a few people. And it's like, oh, wait, the startups are actually going to be able to innovate faster because they have more processes set up and they have data science as a core competency in the company. And now we're seeing brands start to play catch up. Like more and more of the brands we work with now have data scientists and have data science teams involved in this. But the startups, you can have like a 3 or 4 person startup and they already have a data scientist that's involved. And so they're already getting that edge. So yeah, I think Jordan, what you were saying was totally spot on.
Thank you. No, and I loved everything you added to it. So thank you, and everybody else. David, did you want to add something before we go to the next question?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. So next we're going to go to, if we want to experience fashion technology, do we need to sit at a computer? And how do you see our connectivity evolving so that we can experience it around us? I love this question because so many times when I tell people we focus on tech and fashion, they're like, what is that? So like you're wearing a computer. It's funny because the end consumer really, they don't know. So I'd love to know your answers to this.
So I'm going to jump in there. I was a Google Glass tester, if anybody remembers that from seemingly like a lifetime ago. And I literally wore them everywhere I went for about 2.5 years. I had a teenage daughter at the time, so part of it was humiliating and embarrassing her everywhere we went, as much as it was testing the tech. But one of the things that we see is through things like augmented reality that the world will become a lot more engaging to us. The ability to use AR to look at what somebody else is wearing as they walk down the street and buy from them will be really interesting. The ability to put different information onto clothing that we might want to share about ourselves in the future. I think, some of what will happen is happening because we're human beings and this is how we are. But I think there'll be some really interesting, safety technology that can come out. I've seen over the years, if anybody else has been to SIGGRAPH, which is the big computer graphics show, some really interesting domestic abuse technology, like, for protection and things like that. With my daughter being away from at college, it's a fine line between, am I spying on her? Am I, or helping to protect her from a distance? But I think there's going to be so much that we're still thinking in a linear fashion with technology that can take us in multiple dimensions.
That's awesome. I totally agree with you. Thank you so much. Does anybody else want to jump in on this one?
I'm just going to help out by saying that, when we create 3D in Browseware, we expect others to take this and give that extra dimension that we, on top of the 3D. And so whatever comes out there, AR, VR, XR, you're all welcome.
I love that. And actually, I have to say the 3D thing is really interesting. We're getting so many brands coming to us looking to do that for their brand. So that's really interesting. Anybody else want to jump in?
Yeah, I think, really echoing what Avi's saying, everything that we've built, we really look at ourselves taking like an Intel Inside approach of, we know right now that brands are using on their websites. We have some brands that are using it in mobile experiences. We have some brands that are experimenting it with in AR. We have some brands experimenting in VR. And we think that really, in a lot of cases, a lot of these technologies will be, end application agnostic. They'll be able to power all of those experiences. And then it really comes down to the brand and, just to say it again, the brand looking at like, what's the best for my customer, right? And kind of dovetailing off the point that David had made earlier, for a brand like Snap, for example, they have a much younger customer. They may say, okay, our customer is going to experience this through the phone in AR. For a brand like Facebook, they may say, we want to double down with Oculus and VR. And then for a brand that targets, an older customer, they say, we want to double down on like the best desktop experience. And so it's really about technologies that are able to be malleable and work in all of those cases to deliver the best experience to the consumer.
Thank you so much. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'd love to add a point here. I think we're at Superworld, we're a virtual world. So, and I'd like to second Morgan's point about the ability to kind of access any of the initiatives that a brand does across platforms, across, where they want to access the content. And that's kind of the way we see it as well, is we want to be, we're a virtual world. So you can be virtual, but we're also very online to offline. So, you could be in a retail location, in a store, touching the actual items themselves. So, I think that kind of I think encompasses the spectrum of what those experiences are, whether they are on a website, whether they are in a real physical environment, whether they are completely on glasses in the future or with a haptic suit on. I think you got to, as a brand, understand where your customers are, where they want to interact with your brand, the demographic of your customers, and go exactly there. And that's kind of the way we think about it. Even if we are a virtual world, we want to go offline as well.
Thank you so much. Mark, did you already speak on this question? I'm sorry,
No, it's okay. We can go to the next one.
You sure? Okay. Now, so we're going to finish off with this last question, which is, what will the fashion industry look like in 10 years? So all of us get our magic, like, what is it, the crystal balls? And what do we all think that's going to look like? I'd love to hear your answers.
So I'll give you my dream. I wish we all had a crystal ball and we can tell what's going to look like. I mean, the thing that I would like the industry to look like is that the entire industry is open to sustainability. Okay, and that ties in with virtual. We know that 87% of all fashion that's made goes into landfills. And we have to think about, like, what if we actually make clothes for people that they really wanted? So, you know, it ties back into technology because, you know, going through the life cycle of a garment, you know, as Aviha said, like from the initial design to making that initial sample, when you're doing these things virtually, you're not only saving, you know, the environment by not making samples and not traveling to factories and all of doing that, but now, you know, in the future, customers and fashion lines will be able to do their entire collection virtually. I think there'll be 3D printing, and the technology will help designers to like tailor make pieces for individual customers. I think personalization is going to be tremendous in this. And, you know, I also believe that we'll see also what Aviha said, smaller local production in smaller batches and bringing back that personalization. So, you know, I wish it all comes true, but, you know, only time will tell.
Fingers crossed. I love your future. Everybody else?
Yeah, well, I would second what Mark is saying about personalization. I think, you know, again, when I look at my daughter, her friends and her circle of friends are much less interested in dressing the exact same way that everybody else is dressing, and really interested in making it unique and making it a little bit more their own. In the nearer term, we're hoping that when we finish with needing to use Zoom calls every day, that pants and lower body clothing comes back, you know, and that we give up sweatpants as a fashion statement. But I think it will be, and I think, Mark, you know, as you're saying, personalization will make sustainability, like, it all plays together. It's all about, you know, making sure the clothing is unique to me, not only in maybe style and color and things like that, but also fit. So that there's more that I can use. And then the last piece would be to see how clothing, how we change the fundamental of the industry to not be so cycled on a specific, here's our spring line, here's our this line, you know, and so that we're not caught up in this world of, oh my God, you're wearing last year's colors, you know, and we're really much more about, I'm wearing what I'm wearing because it's good for me and it's great for the planet. That would be a great future of the industry.
That's why you always wear black.
Yeah. Yes, which you could see is not my thing.
I'm going crazy here, taking so many notes. I'm so excited about all these answers. So who wants to go next?
Maybe I'll just add the, actually, I'm not going to add. First of all, I'm going to be third, I guess, for Mark and David with regards to sustainability. I'm looking at it, I'm thinking 10 years from now, I wish we will all look back and say, how was it 10 years ago? Those dark days that the fashion industry was the second most polluting industry in the world. How could that even be? And I think that we're on the way there, because, I mean, that's the good news, because for being there in a non-sustainable world, you need to have the trust in the digital, and that is already happening today in so many ways. By that time, I'm quite sure that we will have a much more sustainable supply chain. And as everybody said here, you know, manufacturing only for demand, a real demand, and not, you know, manufacturing and throwing 50%, putting it into the ground. And the other things that in 10 years I would really hope to see is that we, you know, the world has already lowered his threshold for all of those small businesses and talented independents that can really contribute with their diversity and creativity and inclusion, generally speaking. And finally, and lastly, I mean, it will take to the consumers. At the end of the day, it's all about the people who buy and go with this apparel. And I think that, like everybody said in different ways, it's about, when we talk about garment, we sometimes forget that garments or fashion for people is a way to self-express themselves. Some more, some less. But at the end of the day, everybody that puts something on themselves thinks about something with regards to what they're wearing. And having an industry with a lower threshold, with many more independence and more creativity and diversity, just create more options for people to self-expression, which is probably a better, nicer, colorful world in 10 years from now.
I love it. And we'll go to Rish and then Morgan, and then I'll wrap it up with like a 30-second thing I'm going to say and we'll be done. Go ahead, Rish.
Yeah, I think that the future is going to be a lot more diverse in terms of what is possible and how we access fashion and how we think of fashion. There's going to be products that we haven't even thought of that are going to be in this category, because we're going to not have to specifically work with, physical mediums. Virtuality is going to add a lot to it. Augmented reality, mixed reality. Our surroundings are going to be fashion. So yeah, I think that there's a lot coming, and I think that's going to be very positive for sustainability as well, because we're not going to have to utilize resources to create all of this. It's going to be much more fluid and polymorphic in terms of the ability to kind of move from one thing to another. So yeah, I'm excited about it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Again, don't want to lose the original kind of the creativity of our designers and others in the ecosystem. So I'm excited about leveraging these technologies to make fashion even more fun and cool.
I love it. And Morgan?
Yeah, this is, it's great timing actually, because we were just speaking at a conference yesterday about the future of on-demand. And I said something very similar to what Avi said, which is, we're going to look back 10 years from now and say, I can't believe that we did things this way. I can't believe that we over mass produced. I can't believe that anyone could return things. And then Mark's point, we actually use that stat that Mark gave all the time. 80% of clothing that's returned ends up in either a landfill or an incinerator. That is crazy. I mean, we are going to look back at that 10 years from now and go, I can't believe we did that. And 50 years from now, and it's going to look barbaric. It's going to be unbelievable that we've done this. And a lot of this has to do with consumers understanding what's going on, but also brands being able to make that shift. And at Bold Metrics, we really see a future where, fit models, dress forms, all of these like statistical standards that go into making small, medium, large are all replaced by actual customer body data, so that you can enable on demand. And a customer doesn't have to measure themselves. They don't have to change into tight fitted clothing or anything. They're able to use AI, answer simple questions, have a great experience, but then have something made just for them that actually fits them. The concept of trying on 2 different sizes at your house and returning the one that doesn't fit is going to go away. And, the last piece in this that I think ties into sustainability and something that we believe is going to be very prevalent 10 years from now is the impact that blockchain has on sustainability and traceability, because I think that you're going to have a lot of different technologies and really an entire ecosystem around consumers being able to absolutely validate, was this made in a factory that, doesn't abuse child labor, that doesn't break pollution standards, that isn't cutting corners. And blockchain, I think, is the technology that's going to allow us to truly validate that and really push for more accountability from brands.
I love it. And I feel like it's 1:30. So I think we made it on the line. And I just want to end by saying this. First off, super humbled to have been on a panel with you guys. You are all so incredible. And if I look at I'm just going to read off these words because I asked you guys, what does the future look like? And look, because of technology, sustainability as the keyword, which I'm super excited about, personalization, experience, fit with less returns, less collections, more substance, lifestyle, being a part of it all, inclusivity, diversity, and fun, cool. Look at all of these words that were just extracted from all of your answers, which are everything we want for the world. So without technology, I truthfully believe that technology is the way forward. There's so much good in technology just based on these 5 rock stars that I have next to me today, and I'm just blessed to be here. Thank you so much, Claire, for putting together this incredible event and just for doing all of the wonderful work that you're doing for the industry. And I've just had so much fun. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Jordana. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
On the group. And I love that you picked out those words. And that's exactly what we do feel, that we are using technology to make the world a better place. And we were talking about personalization and being customer oriented, and it really is the way forward. And I just hate to wrap up this group because I feel right here, we are carving out the future of the fashion industry and intentionally taking it to a much better place. So I'm just really so grateful for you all being here. Thank you. And Abigail, I have to say to you, the next group is a group of browseware indie designers who are talking about their transition from physical to digital. So tying things together.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank
Great,
you,
and
guys.
Hopefully you guys will come join us at the bar.
Oh, yeah, I will.
Thanks so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Claire. How are you?
Hi, good. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, everyone.
Alvin, Eleanor.
Hello.
Kira, and I think we have Colleen.
Hello.
As well. Colleen, if you want to turn on your video, we would love to see you. So I'm going to hand over to Sarah, the amazing moderator from Ravensbourne University in London. We are honored to have you. The Ravensbourne exhibition yesterday was incredible. The exhibitions are still up, actually. I'm going to leave them up until at least May 3rd, because I think there's a lot more people who want to go and see them. So the link is on the homepage on the website. But I'm going to hand over to you guys, and I just can't wait to listen to this conversation. Thank you so much. Take it away, Sarah.
So welcome, everyone. I think, are you all in New York or in the US?
In the US, but not in New
You're
York.
all in the US. Fantastic. Yeah, it's a bit earlier for you guys than it is here, but welcome, everyone. So I'm Sarah. I'm from Ravensbourne University, London. I'm an educator. Bit about me, our background, we are a digital design university and we have a fantastic fashion department. Last year, we had obviously the same issue as everyone else had, lockdown, COVID, everything, all threw everything into disarray, and our students, especially our final year students, didn't know how to deal with that. They didn't know what was going to happen with their final collections, how we were going to display that, what was going to happen. So we actually introduced them to Clo3D, and we sort of started ease them into it and digital design. So the first thing I'd like to do is, if you guys could introduce yourselves, that'd be fantastic. Thank you. So everyone has an idea of who you guys are. Eleanor, would you like to go first?
Sure, I'll go first.
Brilliant,
I'm Eleanor Butler. I'm originally from Portland, Oregon. I live in Dallas, Texas right now. I've been in the fashion industry for about 25 years, mostly corporate, in the corporate sense, and then I do my personal stuff on the side. My career consists mostly of tech design and pattern making, and I do my custom and evening wear designs on the side for fun.
Fantastic. Thank you, Eleanor. Calvin.
How you doing? I'm Calvin Padilla. I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York, a recent graduate from menswear design from FIT. I've been using Browseware for about a year now. And before going to school, I was actually a technical support for a design department in Macy's, which is the department that actually pushed me into the design world. So, yeah.
Colleen?
Hi, I'm Colleen Kelly. I am based in New York and also work in Browseware. I'm one of their indie designers and an FIT graduate.
Fantastic. Thank you, Colleen. Kira.
Hi, I'm Kira Shireen. I have a company called Kira Kamiya. I have been in the fashion industry for about 20 years. And this is in regards to everything. I've done production, I do product development, design, as well as tech. I have also, before fashion, this is when I was in high school, I used to code a lot. So I've always been tech driven. And so a lot of the luxury companies that I've worked for had whatever new thing that they were trying to do to push themselves into the company, they would always pull me in to try to figure out how to merge remote working and what they have now. And then eventually I left because I realized I was a little ahead of a lot of the people. And then I've been using Browseware for at least 2 years now.
Fantastic. Thank you, Kira. Lovely to meet you. Erica.
Hi.
Hiya.
Can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And I'm Erica, and I'm a curator of Shoe Studio. So I'm a 3D fashion designer, and I started using digital fashion design since last year when everything is locked down. And so when I started, I got obsessed with the infinity and creativity in the digital fashion world. But yeah, but on the other side, I'm working on building a system that can make 3D fashion like down to earth, because for me, sometimes it is somehow fancy. So I'm trying to build like, how can I make it like into a real product with a smooth process and with the help with the 3D fashion.
Thank you, Erica.
Thank you.
That's all right. It's lovely to meet you all. I know
Thank
you've all
you.
got very different backgrounds. So with a little bit more about how you got into digital design. I know some people have already sort of mentioned that, but Calvin, was it something that you did more at college, or you're continuing it obviously now? Were you reluctant to make a change, or is it something you've just been consistent with?
No, I've always been open to new ways to produce my work. And I got introduced to 3D design through my pattern making teacher. He always see me with my MacBook in front of me, trying to figure out patterns on my screen while I did it in person. And he recommended me to go to the DTech lab to meet Michael and the team at Browseware, and I believe PVH. They were doing an event to create a garment in 24 hours. So I went, and basically it was to learn the software, and you had 24 hours to create the garment in 3D and then sew it up and realize it. And it was such a great experience that I just couldn't let go anymore. I did my entire final graduating project in Browseware, and it's basically sped up the process for me because it's a lot easier for me to do it and fit a garment in 3D.
Brilliant. Thank you, Calvin. Colleen.
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
I have always been interested in 3D design and using computer systems to make the fashion industry more efficient. The industry was a little slow to adapt, but now that we've had COVID, they seem more willing to do so.
Thank you, Colleen. Eleanor.
I got into 3D while I was working for a large athletic apparel company. Someone came and did a demo and they asked if anyone was interested. And I was like, that looks really cool. I'd like to look into that and learn. And then I got Browseware installed. And so I started playing around with it. I've always been on board because I thought it was really cool. And it was very helpful when I was building patterns and working with design on the design lines, and also for checking tension and that kind of thing. So I've always been a fan of 3D, and it's fun. Not always, but it's fun.
I think my students would say the same. Kira.
I've been okay. So I've been interested in 3D for forever and a day, and it's something I've always wanted to happen. So when it finally did come out, I was ridiculously happy about it. But the costing was so high that unless you were a large company, you could not be a part of it. And so one of the companies that I had worked for, well, actually first it was Clo 3D. And they had more accessible pricing. So I was working in Clo 3D first, but I was able to get into Browseware because the company that I was working for at the time, they had introduced it into the company and had asked people to volunteer for it. So I volunteered for it and then started using Browseware and 3D Clo together. And I love it.
Thank you, Kira. Erica.
Hi.
Hiya.
I think I just talked before. Yeah, so I use Clo 3D, and I work as a 3D technician in a large retail company, because right now I'm not based in New York, I'm based in Taiwan, and the company we collaborate with a big fashion company like LL Beans and Urban Outfitters. Yeah, so I kind of appreciate their way to kind of blend the 3D fashion really into their production. They are so systematically. But in a way, I really want to, because I'm not really that kind of mass production person. So I want to make because for myself, I want to make the 3D more sustainability and more artistic way. So I'm still finding my own way to how to blend the digital fashion into the handcraft. Yeah, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Yeah. And yeah, so my vision is to kind of build a encyclopedia for all the artisan, all the technique, and really realize my goal is to think globally but work locally. Work with all the artists and all the beautiful technique in my country, but then connect with the world, with the 3D fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. So when we first began our journey into digital design, we found that the students had very different backgrounds. So some were used to 2D, some had done a bit of Illustrator, Photoshop. Not many had done 3D software. So we found there were some hurdles in their learning, some more than others. Have you guys found any hurdles as you've gone along with learning, such as not being able to find tutorials or the relevant literature out there, or just trying to get used to the different interfaces and the way of working? Eleanor?
I know most people would say a hurdle is the learning curve. Not having time to learn. I would say make time. If it's something that you're very passionate about, it's something you want to get into, you just make time. It could be 30 minutes a week. You just sit for 30 minutes and play around with it, but you have to keep up with it. You can't do 30 minutes and then come back a month later, otherwise you'll never get there. So I would say, you know, just make time. It is time consuming, and each software has a different learning curve. Like if you know Clo, it doesn't mean you're going to do awesome in Browseware or Optitext, you know. But yeah.
Thank you, Eleanor. Kira.
Yes. For me with 3D, I think I'm going to sort of go in the opposite direction. Because it's tech and because I'm really tech driven, it was really easy for me to grab onto technology. I think for me, the problem is that I'm sort of ahead. And so it's like you're learning it, but you're like, well, can it do this and can it do that? Or it should be able to do this and it should be able to do that. It should merge in and integrate a bit more, where you say, for instance, for Browseware, take a whole draw cord and put it through the whole tunnel of the pants instead of clipping from one end to the other, you know, to make it look good. You know, for me, it's about making production seamless to the factories and being able to have the patterns show up exactly the way you want the manufacturer to make it. So I think for me, it's not the learning curve of how to get it right. For me, it is what it is, and it's pretty quick. It's more of like wanting to see it progress a lot more than where it's at now, even though it's pretty amazing to see where it's at. You know.
Thank you, Kira. Colleen.
Hi, I would say the hurdles for me were taking what I know to do so well, 2D, into 3D, because I felt I was learning how to do something I knew how to do, but in a different way. So it was learning the tools and learning almost a new language.
Thank you, Colleen. Erica.
For me, because I come from a architecture background. So for me, like this way of express my design is kind of familiar with me, though is kind of architecture and fashion is a lot different, but then it's kind of also easy for me to express my design through the digital platform. And for now, it's like more and more way to learn how to upgrade, like assess, to improve your skill in 3D, because there's a lot of tutorial online, and like a lot of people are willing to share their experience. So I think it's getting more accessible.
Yes, definitely.
Am I answering the questions?
You are perfectly, thank you. Calvin.
I'd say some of the hurdles would be understanding scale. So when you do patterns in real life or physically, it's very easy to understand scale. It's right in front of you. It's very big. But understanding your measurements when dealing with these things are probably the most important part of getting these items to fit correctly, even on the model. And I think the other part is the simulation. So out in the physical world, you have gravity, you can touch things with your hands, you can adjust it. So it's like learning how to fit on a model that's very stiff and you don't have your hands. So making those things look good and making sure the patterns are correct in that way, I think was one of the biggest hurdles. Because transferring over from Illustrator, which I was very good at, to Browseware was very easy. The controls are almost seamless, it's muscle memory. But when it came to that part where you add that dimension and that field of fit and simulation, that was the hardest part for me to get used to. That's it.
Yes, we find the students always have. One question: have any of you actually had any hilarious results from the simulations in 3D? I know this is a slightly off question, but my students are always sort of worried about making mistakes, but sometimes the results are great. Eleanor.
I've had like a garment fall completely to the floor. and it was in front of someone. My manager brought like this person around to kind of look, oh, look at what we have, this cool 3D. And I dressed it, and then the garment just fell off. Timing, but it was funny.
Kira.
Yeah, for me, I think because of the stimulation and how slow the body actually moves when it's going down versus how the clothes are going because of the gravity, a lot of the clothes would cling and stitch onto each other. And so I had to do like these major workarounds where I'd like be pulling the body together closer. Thank God Browswear came out with that update. But there was like a part where I had like a long circular dress with this nice tight bodice, and like the arm, the part of the bodice was still stuck to the arm because it was like sticking through with the stimulation. So
brilliant. Colleen.
You know, I've had the typical garments falling off of the avatar. But I did just recently see someone posted a video of bloopers, and it was really funny. The avatar would be walking down the runway and the clothes would be 2 feet behind it. It was really funny.
It's hilarious.
Erica.
I remember once, like when I started doing the simulation, the simulation in Clo 3D, and I still confused about the displacements map and the normal map. So then I forgot what I did, but then I turned on the displacement map and the garment turns into a really alien kind of shapes. But I would say it's another kind of beauty for me. But yeah, it's really funny. Thank you.
Calvin.
One of the funny things was actually with one of the garments I submitted for this Digital Fashion Week. I was doing a quarter zip up and I placed the pattern piece too high on the model. And so it got stuck to his nose. And so the garment was risen. And I said, you know what? I actually like the way this looks. And so I fixed the pattern piece so it did it intentionally. And it actually worked out that way. And sometimes it happens that way when I misplace things in 3D. I actually say, oh, this part actually looks nice. And I'll actually adjust the pattern so it does it intentionally. So sometimes it works out. Sometimes it'll get tangled up and stuff, and the model will have like a webbing of fabric all around them. So it's pretty hysterical.
Yeah. It's a whole different world of designing when you fabric simulation. So our next question. Have you learned anything about yourselves as designers through the transition to digital? So Eleanor.
What I've learned about myself, never too old or too busy to learn a new skill. I'm more techie than I thought I was, honestly. I never thought of myself as being techie. I've always loved math, but yeah, I want to say 3D brought that to me.
Thank you, Eleanor. Kira.
What I learned about myself. I think it was more like a confirmation of stuff that I've always wanted to happen. Because with as me starting out, I've always wanted to have more sustainable clothes. Like I've never really been into mass production in any way, shape, or form. And it was just, how can we get past these hurdles so that things can be direct from one person to another without having to utilize more fabrications than we need to and produce the carbon footprint in wasteful clothes. So it really got me soaring, and just I'm finally in a good place of where I actually want to be at in the industry. And then also it just really like propels my mind forward as to apps that I actually want to do to integrate the technology even more, to make it even easier for people to work around it. So it sort of put me in a more of a visionary position, if I could say that.
You certainly can. Thank you, Kira. Colleen.
I would agree that you're never too old to learn. And also it sort of opened up my perspective. I was very focused on developing apparel. And working with this and learning about other ways to use the systems, you know, maybe for marketing or made to measure fitting. So it's opened up my mind a bit.
Thank you. Erica.
I would say when I started using 3D fashion, I feel the freedom and more creativity, because compare with you need to pin on the real mannequin. For me, is more I could develop more design and more detail through 3D platform, and more sustainable and more efficient. So I'm happy that we have so many technology to kind of communicate our thoughts through the 3D platform. Yeah.
Thank you, Erica.
Thank you.
Calvin.
I think the main thing I learned about myself is I'm always going to consider myself a student. I'm always curious, and I'm always going to look for that new tool, something else, another way for me to leverage my art, my presentation, the way I market myself. I'm always wanting to learn. So I think that for the rest of my life, I'm always going to be curious about what's next and what's going to happen and how can I use this to help myself or anyone else, whether that lines up with sustainability or marketability. You know, I'm always going to be out there looking for the next thing.
Thank you, Calvin. One of the questions my students were always asking last year, like I said, we started the sort of digital fashion side of the university, pushing the students to show them new technologies and how they can use them within their creativity. However, we're starting to now get a backlash because they're starting to try and work out how digital fits as a tool within their own process. So all of our students do Atelier first, and then they go on and they can do some digital. How do you feel about digital within the industry? Do you think it is a tool that's going to be used and alongside making skills still, or do you think it's something that's more a niche on its own? Eleanor.
I think it will be alongside, because currently we still need to touch the garment and the fabric and look at things, but 3D helps with your process. You know, it helps cut down time in looking at garments. I would say that there are still people who will always want to touch the garment and all that, you know, but I think they can work alongside each other perfectly. You know, it's just a matter of 3D being in the process, in your calendar process, you know.
Definitely. Thank you, Eleanor. Kira.
I think for me, 3D, it's definitely alongside. If anything, I think it's going to become even more of a main thing. Not even just considering the fact of, I mean, I understand the process of people wanting to touch the garment, and it should be a reality of something that's going to happen, but you do get the chance to do it. And I think especially with 3D printing, I feel like it's going to become a lot more accessible to people to be able to do this. The way that the garments are draping when it comes to 3D gives you a lot more visualization. A lot of people are into remote working a lot more now. So, you know, the fact that I can be on vacation or somewhere else that I need to be and be able to like fit this garment onto somebody else. Like, I mean, that whole thing goes into quality of life. And as a person that's not necessarily American, but more West Indian, we have a saying, which is called, you work to live, you don't live to work. And I feel like that's a saying that's starting to come more into, especially America. And I think a lot of people are grabbing onto that concept a lot more and wanting their freedom. And then in regards to 3D and reality, I think it's going to also go into its own little play because of the fact of, you know, not even the Bitcoin, but the NFTs. I think people are going to be able to, it's almost like a Snapchat when you're doing your filters. Like people are going to start buying clothes that you can actually buy off of these people that are digitally online. And with Apple coming out with the new glasses that they're coming out with, you could wear just a plain old bodysuit and probably project, you know, somebody's costume or somebody else. And they'd be able to see that like for the rest of the day, if they want to, and change it the way they want to for the rest of the day. So I just see that, especially with the newer generations that are coming out, they're just going to absorb into that a lot more, and it's just going to really propel with society.
Yeah. Definitely, thank you. Colleen?
I think it will work hand in hand. I think, you know, good pattern making is good pattern making, whether it's 2D or 3D. And it's important to have those skills to be able to evaluate fit. So I think it's going to be a great tool, but you still need to know the fundamentals.
Definitely, thank you. Erica?
Hi. For me, the material thing is always like a problem, not problem, but it's a thing, because for most of us, we don't have we cannot really mimic the real property, the status of the real garments. Yeah, I know, like you can collaborate with Swatch On, like they collaborate with Chloe, but for us, for the independent curators, we don't, because like if I find a fabric in the market, but then how can I 100% transfer into the Chloe 3D? Because it's still some difference between the real world and the digital platform. So this is always a problem for myself, and I really want to, you know, like I say before, to build an encyclopedia, but it is really hard because, so for me, the material sourcing is still the thing we need to progress. Yeah, but still, I think everyone is working on it, I believe. Thank you.
I think we'll get there. Thank you, Erica.
Yeah.
Calvin?
Thank you.
I think 3D, I don't think it works hand in hand. I actually think it would be an alternative, right? Because there's always going to be those people who are stuck in their ways and they just can't do anything else. But for those companies that adopt this 3D function, this workflow, it actually directly replaces the certain parts of those workflows, and limiting things like samples to maybe one would be monumental to a company, right? Your garment to your consumer is faster, your waste on samples is less. And I think 3D lets you see these things more accurately than any flat Illustrator piece can ever do. And I think it would be an alternative. Companies will either do a full 3D pipeline or they'll use what they already know.
Yeah.
And I think that's important to understand the differences. And with 3D, you get a lot closer to what you want in real life. I've done a few garments straight from 3D to a sample, and they're almost spot on. And that's what's important, being able to realize something that you've done in 3D. And like Colleen said, if you're a great pattern maker, you're a great pattern maker. That's it. It doesn't matter what platform you're doing it on. It's going to show up on that pattern piece, and it's going to be exactly how you want it.
Thank you, Calvin. So our next question, where do you see the fashion industry heading in the next few years? Do you think it's going to be more digital, or do you think a mix, or similar to what we were just saying, that it's going to be dependent on the designers? Eleanor?
I think maybe a little more digital, but not completely all digital. I love that people are able to buy digital garments. So I think I see that happening more, where people are able to sell their virtual garments and shoes online for people to buy. I think that's super cool.
Thank you, Eleanor. Kira?
I think it's going to go in stages, and I think there's also going to be preferences. You know, there's it's almost just into like understanding the flow of how people think, which is the reason why data AI is just perfect for companies. For some people, you know, they're going to want to carry on to the nostalgia, and that's not even carrying on for people that are older. That'll also be for newer generations that, you know, well, they're always going to want to revert back to something else. So I see that it's always going to be a two-way street. But in regards to progress of companies, I feel like it's going to go in stages where, like, as of right now, it's like people are still trying to figure out whether they want to do it or not.
Yeah.
They'll start to integrate into it more. And for most companies, and especially for independent designers, you know, independent designers actually has a leg up now that things have become more digital. And I think the only fight is to try to get the factories to align a lot more with the designers when it comes to 3D. I think once their technology goes on more of the up and up, then the synchronization will really just, you know, compact and complement one another. And then in regards of, you know, that you're also going to have your people that just want to wear something digital. I've known, I've seen it, conversations from people already that just want to wear, like we've had these talks where they just want to wear a bodysuit. If I could just change to today, and it's actually happened already. I think there's a company that even showed this Wednesday for Digital Fashion Week.
Yeah,
that we're
Dress
selling.
X are doing it.
Yeah. So I mean, it's already there and happening. It's. I think people have a lot more options, but because of the way that the world is moving, I just feel like you're going to see a lot more digitalization, and then you're also going to have people revert backwards just because of the fact that they like that sense of nostalgia in vintage.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I think we see the same quite a lot with every new technology. We had the same with 3D printing, I feel, as well. We had an outburst of everyone wanted to 3D print.
Yeah.
And now it's calmed down and it's become a tool that's used within industry, but not overused just for the sake of 3D printing.
Yeah, I've definitely seen that too. And it's you just, as you said, it's perfect. I know that there's one designer that actually came out with fabrication that she does 3D printing, and it's like the way she integrates the pieces together, like Legos. It added like fluidity to these dresses that was just like almost perfect. So I consider it like an Apple or a Samsung. Samsung's really good for like if you're doing like Word. Apple was really made for if you're doing Illustrator. Yet a lot of people would go to get Apple because it was like the thing to get, even though they were more Samsung people. So it's in that same category. Yeah.
Thank you, Kira. Colleen.
Hi, sorry, we just had a bit of a rainstorm, so I'm on the move. Could you repeat the question?
Sorry, yeah, we're looking at where we think the fashion industry will be going in the next few years with digital.
Do you know, I've worked with a lot of companies and I see how larger companies, how incredibly slow they are to adapt to new technology. Even after they've purchased it, it can be incredibly, incredibly slow. So I think due to COVID, the pace will pick up. And I think the challenge is in understanding training and time to adapt.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry, Erica.
Yes, for me, I think I agree with what Kira said. We have more options than before because right now we have another way to kind of show the garments or interact with the people through digital fashion. Like, I think it depends on different circumstance. For example, I'm working with a Dutch startup called Positive Fibers. Yeah, so I designed the digital pieces for them, and they collaborate with the musicians. So they are shooting the musical video, but then with the digital clothing. So I think it's a good example because
I think it was some background noise, sorry.
Oh, okay. So like before, some of the people, when they attend the like the ceremony, a show, they rent the garment. But then right now, maybe you have another choice. You rent digital pieces.
Yeah.
So yeah, so for me, yeah, definitely we got more options, more possibility. We don't really need the actual garment, but then yeah, we need the actual garment for sure. But then for some situation, we don't need to really wear the physical garment. So I think I see it's a really positive way for the future in the industry. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Yes, it's interesting how it's opening up new opportunities and new ways of wearing things that we didn't necessarily think of before. Calvin.
Kira touched up on a lot of good points, and the one that I want to talk about the most is your factories, anyone you're communicating with. I can have the most up-to-date technology, the newest workflow, but if they don't receive that information in the same way, you have a disconnect. And I've seen that also where they just want it in a flat, or they want it the way they're used to. And that's okay. But moving forward, if digital is going to be a bigger part of our lives, then they have to be able to receive it in the same way. But where I do see it exploding quicker than other spaces is in the social media realm. Marketing. It's a lot less money to pay someone like me or anyone on this panel to create an entire look that's going to come out, build an animation, an environment, a mood, and you have your marketing strategy in that way before your product is even complete. As long as you know it's your final product, then there's no disconnect there. You can get the people excited, your customer gets to see it, kind of envision what it's going to look like, and you don't have to pay a photographer. You don't have to get a model. You don't have to get a location. You skip all of that. So I think that's one of the main areas to be targeted in the near future. Yeah.
Thank you, Calvin. So we know there's some companies coming out now as sort of digital fashion designers or digital fashion houses. We've got places like the Fabricant and we've got DressX at the moment. Who else do you see as the game changers currently within digital fashion? Eleanor?
I can't think of any offhand right now, but I follow those two pretty closely. Yeah.
There's some interesting things coming out of both of those.
Yeah.
Colleen.
Hi, I'm following those. I'm sorry, now I'm back in the office, so I'm gonna have to speak, speak a little quieter. Yes, I'm familiar with the ones you've mentioned, but I also think there are companies like Under Armour and Adidas that are using 3D to give the athletes a better fit. But it's baby steps.
Definitely, yes. Kira.
Okay, so if you're talking about like a powerhouse, like almost like an LVMH or a PVH.
Yeah, or up and coming, or anyone other than we know DressX and Fabricant. Yeah. Any other game changers you see as like people to watch?
Well, I would say I would be a person to watch.
Other than yourselves, obviously, all of you guys are fantastic, but
yeah, but not to toot, but there's actually something that I had actually been in the works with, which is to I wanted to come out with a digital fashion house, which was not only integrating digital designs, but digital designs with real designs. Well, how do you want to call it? How do we call it now? What do we call it now? Do we call it real designs, where it's like physical designs, I guess we can call it?
Yeah, physical,
yeah. So 3D with physical, along with trend forecasting. So like implementing it in a way that just becomes sort of like your news broadcast and pulling more things in. So we've been doing a lot of data AI in the background for a while, for at least a couple of years. But I feel like another person that would be good to watch would be Nike. Simply because of the fact that I feel like they're pulling in a lot of different collaborators to come underneath them, independent collaborators. And the way they've sort of just exceeded forward with their game plan along with the NFT, I just sort of feel like they're flowing into a different type of marketplace, which is a lot bigger than what it was as just a brand. It seems to be more like a house. Like they've already been known as being a house of utilizing different collaborators within their company. But I feel like they're also utilizing them now to boost other independent artists, which puts them sort of in a powerhouse in their own entity. So it's pretty exciting for me to actually see them move the way that they're moving.
Definitely. Thank you, Kira. Erica.
Wow, it's hard questions. Yeah, I see. Yeah, there's a lot of like more and more platform, and they are gathering the independent designers to kind of build the community, which is really great because people can share their design, share their audience with each other and grow the community. Yeah, but I don't really see a lot of difference between them. Yeah, I mean, they're really great. I love it, but then I don't know. But I want to say like LL Beans, the fashion company, I built the 3D garments for them. Yeah. And they really build a standard because before, so the time I got in the company, I need to read all the standards for their 3D design, and they have the really strict steps you need to follow. So, I mean, I don't really like the mass production, but then for the production, if I stand in, like, if I were them, it is really a great way because they make everything simple because they follow the steps. And then every 3D garments they create are in the same, they are present in the same way. So I kind of learn a lot because for myself, I'm more independent and more, I do whatever I want, but then from them, I can really know if you really want to communicate with the factory and with the customers, you need to really build a strict system for everyone to follow, to understand. So yeah, that is what I'm thinking. But I love fabricants and, all the creative stuff. Yeah. Thank you.
I think we all do. Thank you, Erica.
Thank you.
Calvin.
I think the main people to watch would be anyone on this panel, of course.
Yeah.
The DTech Lab, which is FIT, which really is trying their best to push these boundaries. And of course, PVH, Nike, I've seen, and some of the higher end brands are starting to pick it up, but I think PVH and Stitch Academy, they're the ones that are really trying to pioneer and bring this out to the public. So I think they're the ones to watch. So Tommy, Calvin Klein, those brands.
Thank you, Calvin. Obviously from what we've just been saying that there does have to be a standard sort of set for the digital industry as well. Because I mean, I don't know whether you guys have found the same, because there's a lot more people using it. Sometimes you start thinking, you're seeing less of the design, more, oh, that avatar's from Clo3D, oh, that avatar's from Clo3D kind of thing. And things are getting slightly more watered down. So what would be your sort of vision for a better industry within digital? And also within fashion, digital in fashion, sorry. Eleanor. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry.
That's okay.
I would say, I guess for the big giants in the digital world to get together and kind of sit down, but I know they're competing with each other. Every 2 years, one is better than the other, and 2 years later, someone else is the hot one. You know, it kind of changes every 2 or 3 years. So I know avatars are huge right now, having an avatar that looks more human, more realistic, especially, you know, design, they want something that looks more real. I'm not sure. I mean, the only way to is get together and work on standards, but like I said, they're all competitors. So
yeah. Thank you, Eleanor. Kira.
I think what's going to end up happening is that you're going to have, because of the fact that a lot more people are able to have control. I know Blender's really good at making things realistic, and they actually have tutorials with Browseware on that one. But I feel like a lot of independent, more tech independent companies are going to come up and give more accessibility in certain things, like with accessories. I think accessories are even actually with other brands that actually have 3D implemented inside of their system. They'll probably open up the gates and say, like, you know, you can utilize this shoe and have more accessories that are accessible for these particular programs to be able to utilize. And I feel like in the near future, there's going to be an avatar company that's actually going to come out where it's easily customizable for you to have your avatar look the way it wants, without having to try to figure out too much as to how to build it up. Where you'd have a lot more templating, sort of like Bitmoji. Bitmoji's perfect for that. And it actually took Bitmoji to come out for other brands to realize they can do that without any sort of problem. So I think it's more so that you're going to have a lot more independent or indie companies that are going to come up with more customizable templates that's going to make it more accessible for a lot of people to utilize, which is going to excel people wanting to go into it, because you'd be able to customize it. But the only other thing is, like, when it comes down to like removing the blurred lines, I feel that with designers now, some are realistic and some are not. So it's some like to have the whole fantasy realm that'll mesh into it, and of course it's nice to look at, but I mean, can you really do anything with it? And that's even with digital VR, and even in VR, it's a bit like you can't do it. So I think once that curve of somebody coming in and like, oh, we can do all of this, sort of dies down a bit, a lot more people would be a lot more practical, and not practical to the point where it looks boring, but just realistic into how it forms with the body and how you can move with it. So yeah.
Thank you, Kira. Colleen.
Thanks. I would agree. What I would love, because I have tested Browseware, Clo, I've been to the innovation lab that Gerber has to look at their AccuMark 3D, and they are all so knowledgeable about their system and what it can do, but they are less knowledgeable about the apparel industry and what it is we need it to do. So I feel like I'm learning A through Z, but I'm still wondering why it takes 12 steps to add seam allowance, or something that would be, you know, really easy in the physical world can sometimes be very complicated with one of these systems. So in my dream world, they would spend more time understanding what we need and getting a direct path tutorial to get there.
Thank you, Colleen. Erica.
I think it reminds me of one of my my friends. He run a company, is a 3D body scan, and I think they have the hard time to find because their target is the tailoring suit kind of handcrafting maker, like really tailoring detail. They focus on like the details through the process. So I think it is kind of hard for them to accept the new way, because it is like totally new for them.
Yeah.
And they work the same way, they work on their own way, like that is their professions, right? So it's really hard for them to accept a new way, though it might be more efficient, because you can build all the database for your customers, and so it is easier for them to come back, right, to build the customers. But so for me, I think the most difficult thing is to like how to make it more accessible, because I think sometimes we're still in our bubbles, but in outside the world, because I have talked to a lot of like makers, the Singtrists, but they don't really think this is a proper way, the traditional way to make garments. Yeah. So still, but I still feel positive about it. So,
There's
thank
definitely a
you.
lot to be positive about with this, with digital fashion, digital design. Calvin.
I think competition is good. Right now, you have an array of different softwares that you can choose from, and it keeps each one of them on their toes on how to make it better. And I think that's really, really important on keeping everything fair and getting the technology to get closer to what we need it to do. So as Colleen said, you know, a lot of the experts in all these softwares are really good at what it does, but sometimes they don't know what we need it to do. And I think that's where Browseware really shines for me, is because from the ground up, the software is very unforgiving in that it has a physical garment in mind when you're simulating. And the support staff also understands that. When I ask them questions, you know, it takes some time for them to get back to me, but when they do, they have a clear answer, and they always have the physical garment in mind when I have a question for them. And I think that's really important for designers like us, or anyone in school, or anyone who wants to pick up these tools, is because we're rooted in the physical realm. And yeah, it's cool to design things that aren't realistic, but at the end of the day, most of us want to see how it affects us in real life and how it can benefit us. So I think that's, you know, what's happening now.
Thank you, Calvin. I think this has been fantastic to see all the different designs in night one. Thank you, Claire, for arranging all of this. It's been amazing. And it's also been really educational certainly for educators and for students as well, to see how you're all using the software in industry and how it works between everyone's thoughts and feelings. Because at the moment they've been, I can't remember who it said, like Erica, we said we're in a bubble. Everyone's in a bubble at the moment. No one's really discussed properly the pros and cons of the different softwares and how it works within industry. And we have it with every new technology. I mean, we had it with the developments of Photoshop, Illustrator, Rhino. They all had that problem at the beginning of not enough people talking about it, not enough people discussing what works, what doesn't work. And then you see the development of the software, and hopefully through conferences like this and discussions with different industries, different people, we can help educate our students better and like have a whole new sort of generation of designers designing differently and with amazing creations. But thank you, Claire. Thank you all the panelists as well. This has been amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I really like the way you wrapped it up, Sarah, as well. I mean, you are all forging ahead. You're all creating what the software is going to look like in the future. So you are such a key part of the innovation. It's a very exciting place to be. So I really, and you know, you've shared your very, very personal experiences here as well, and the comic results of when things don't work as well. So it's these are all things to consider. Thank you all so much for your time. I really
thank you.
appreciate it. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Sarah.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take care, everyone.
Bye.
Thank you.
So we're going to move on to our next panel discussion. We had to pre-record this discussion because we had a massive difference of time zones, everything from the West Coast to China. So with 15 hours difference, it was really hard to get everybody together. But it's a very interesting discussion. We are talking about the future of what we wear. NFTs and the invisible labels of digital fashion. So join me as I'm going to share my screen and let's see what happens. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for the invitation and for such a group of people at the panel and for your questions. So basically NFT is a very hot topic, and I even don't feel like it's still necessary to explain, but it is a non-fungible token, which means that it's a digital proof of ownership. It's a digital signature that cannot be copied or destroyed, and it is tracked because it's written on blockchain. And this is something that actually revolutionizing the digital art world, but I'm sure this is a great tool for changing the fashion industry as well as any other. So that's a great tool that we all should embrace. And
I'm just interrupting that. I'm going to reshare the screen. Hopefully everybody can hear this. I'm going to share it again. Sorry. Just bear with me 1 second.
Thanks a lot for the invitation and for such a group people at the panel, and for the questions. So basically, NFT is a very hot topic, and I even don't feel like it's still necessary to explain, but it is a non-fungible token, which means that it's a digital proof of ownership. It's a digital signature that cannot be copied or destroyed, and it is tracked because it's written on blockchain. And this is something that actually revolutionizing the digital art world, but I'm sure this is a great tool for changing the fashion industry as well as any other. So that's a great tool that we all should embrace, and it has been around for a long time actually, but this year it's just putting it to the next level and to the mass adoption, and that's why it's important to learn more about how it works and which use cases can be implemented.
Thank you so much. It's a great explanation for anyone who has not yet heard about NFTs. So 2021 is a year when we can actually, I feel that we can really rally together to change the world. Digital fashion can radically change the world by reducing waste, decreasing pollution through both production processes and shipping. Regina, could you tell us some ways that NFTs and digital fashion can actually help the environment?
It's yes, it's an interesting question because I don't, of course, digital fashion can change environment, and I believe digital fashion can change our okay, just a minute, I'm so shiny, sorry. Yes, I think digital fashion can change our mind, but I don't believe NFT can change environment, because if you create NFT token, it's so much, it produced a lot of carbon and carbon print, and it's not so good for our economy and for environment.
And Natalia, I see that Dress X and fashion in general can draw attention to issues. Do you have some designers create designs that are not only very creative but highlight social or environmental issues?
Yes, sure. Basically, the digital fashion is an answer to the environmental problem caused by the traditional fashion industry and accelerated demand and the like high pace of the production and of the consumption, because actually digital fashion item emits 97% less of carbon in comparison to the traditional fashion, and it saves a lot of water because it's fashion industry intensively using the water resources, but with digital fashion it's eliminated completely. The carbon footprint is an open question still, and there are a lot of talks about environmental impact of NFTs. And while the digital fashion is obviously more sustainable option rather than physical fashion, but speaking of NFTs, there is no definite answer to this question, just because yes, there are calculations and there are a lot of projects like Eco NFT that show how intense the footprint from all the minting and all the transactions that are happening. But there's no any big research on that, and there's not any big comparison because blockchain will be implemented anyways in different industries, including fashion industry. And that's first. And should we be angry on the artists and designers and creatives who got this new tool to show their work and to establish themselves as artists, as designers? In the same time, financial industry using blockchain technology as well, and transactions that are happening with the credit cards, also based on the like electronics, and it also creates a certain footprint, and there's no like comparison and fair comparison of all the data. So that's why for now I'm constrained from giving any judgment, and we actually perform the research about this topic. Same as when we were starting DressX, there were no definite data about how sustainable digital fashion is, and we started with our digital fashion sustainability report to answer this question and to make sure what kind of environmental impact we will have with our activities. And same here, because we are going to launch an NFT marketplace soon. Before that, we decided to perform the definitive research and have a definite answer. Is it harmful or not? And how much more or less harmful it is that comparing to the other industries, and the main, what can be done to eliminate this. So there are a lot of data. I encourage everyone to read about it, to educate about it themselves. I actually put together kind of a little list. Actually, it's already a big list of the articles about environmental impact of NFTs. It's in my link in my bio on Instagram, and I invite everyone to learn about it more and to just judge themselves about this.
Thank you. I love that everybody's actually looking at it from this point of view. We have one designer, Alison Lowry, who's exhibiting at Digital Fashion Week, and she is actually making digital fashion labels, which includes things like the render time of each garment as well. So we can start looking at everything from a different point of view. Regina and Natalia, I'm going to stick with you just for one more question right now. What about collaboration? Because that is something that can really help bring different information to light as well. So with NFTs, did they allow for collaboration between not only designers, but also different people in the designer production process?
Dina, you want to start?
Yes, I think NFT collaborations and digital fashion, it's a good place for collaborations between other people from every point of our planet. Why not? For example, one of on Replicant, a lot of our designers make different collaboration, and I, as a designer, made collaborations with other brands like Puma, More TV streaming service, and other collaboration. It's a good idea to make something beautiful with other people who live in other country, another point of our world. And I think it's so good idea. And NFT have a lot of collaborations too. Collaborations in general is a big trend and a big tool for the creation. And for example, with Regina, we collaborate from the day one, and the whole digital fashion community is very supportive to each other. And more new people get into the space of digital fashion and into the space of NFTs. And of course, that's a great ground for starting any kind of collaborations. And of course, NFTs give this opportunity. First of all, that's a collaboration between different artists, between different designers. NFTs provide an opportunity to make a revenue share between them, and that's a great tool. Another aspect of the collaboration is with artists from different domains, with musicians, with visual artists, with fashion designers. That's another great domain. We also explore collaborations between the texture creators. It's like a very specific thing in digital fashion. And same as in traditional fashion world, there are productions of the fabric, and there are fashion houses who use this fabric. And it's not common to talk about it in the traditional fashion industry, but actually insiders know that trends that we see on the catwalk get worn like a year and a half prior to that at the trade shows of the fabrics. So which fabrics are produced, defined by this kind of people. And same thing can happen in digital world as well, but way faster. And that's very exciting.
It is definitely exciting that everybody who's contributing can be acknowledged in the life of a digital garment. Rish and Jared, I'd like to get your opinion, because you're working in the broader world of digital and NFTs. What is your opinion? Does the explosion of the NFT market allow for innovation, or do you think there's a risk of making it mass market and therefore lowering the level of artistic integrity? Jared, you're unmuted, so let's start with you.
First of all, good to have all you guys on the panel. Rich, nice to see you again. Just Natalia and Regina, I know we haven't met, but I've been admiring your work for a number of months now, even closer to a year, it feels like. And really impressed by what you guys are both doing. I love what I've seen from the space even before this whole NFT explosion in January. So to answer your question, I think that there's a big misconception about what NFTs are at this point, because we've seen only a few functional use cases for them. So really, like, we're mostly describing the underlying asset when we're talking about the NFT right now. So for example, you're saying, like, what do you think about NFTs? But what you're really asking is, like, what do you think about crypto art and digital art that is tied to the blockchain being an NFT? And what's so cool about the Ethereum blockchain and NFTs in particular is that they're programmable. So smart contracts haven't even really been explored yet in the context of commercial NFTs. And I think what's going to end up happening is you're going to see this initial wave sort of die down. Like, NFTs are already becoming a little bit lame, because every celebrity in the world has just like not thought about it at all and put out a piece of digital art that they're calling an NFT. I think you're going to see brands, celebrities, artists get really creative with that programmable aspect of it and make it a puzzle, make it a conceptual piece that doesn't necessarily have to only be the underlying digital asset, but can extend out into different reaches of the overall metaverse. So that's kind of how I see things playing out over the next couple of years.
Cool, thank you, Rich. I know puzzles and things moving and changing are very much your arena. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, so, I think at Superworld, we are building a world, and it encompasses not just NFTs, but any content in general. But as we look at the potential of blockchain technology to empower
creators, collectors, the overall ecosystem to be able to own digital assets, to be able to get rewarded for their user activity in a platform, or their engagement with a brand or a designer, and to be able to, in our case with Superworld, we enable users to be able to access this fashion content from anywhere in the world, either places they're physically at or virtually want to visit. And so, I think the combination of what's happening in the blockchain space with other technologies that we're implementing, like augmented reality, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, it gives you a contextual understanding of the environment. NFTs are a very powerful vehicle for a brand, a fan of a brand, to engage with that brand and to achieve benefits from their engagement and love of a brand. For others in the ecosystem, like makeup artists, retail stores, others that are enabling all of the things that we really love and happens in the fashion world. And there's a lot of people that miss out on those economic benefits. And I think the NFTs really kind of fill that gap and enable everyone to be empowered. That's what I'm really excited about. And that's what we're excited about Superworld, is supercharging the ability for designers, models, the overall ecosystem to be able to share the beauty into the world. I love that.
I just want to follow up to that. That was really well said, Chris. And I think the one thing that he's alluding to is really that this is a completely different landscape for people who have been traditionally undervalued, and that's creatives. I have run an advertising agency for the last 5 years. I work with a lot of commercial brands, and I think as I interviewed people who have entered the early NFT scene and crypto art in general, there's this sense of freedom that comes from, hey, I don't have to be a commercial artist in order to support my personal art anymore. I don't have to make an advertisement for a magazine page in order to pay my rent so I can make the mural for the wall that I'm really interested in making as an artist. So now you have this ability, just as Rich said, for people who have not been able to make this foundationally economically worthwhile for them. Finally, they're seeing the spotlight, and they're the ones who are sought after and have created leverage for themselves.
It is very exciting as well. I wish we could translate that to the physical world also, but empowering people to really take charge of their work and what happens to it. It is indeed really exciting. So the potential is enormous. Natalia, though, we see a lot of people who are jumping on the bandwagon of NFTs, not just artists and designers themselves, but people who are saying, oh, you should sell them, you should do this, you should do that, to push people in that direction. But there's a lot of fashion designers for whom it's still really an unknown area. What do you think people should know about NFTs before they get involved with them?
That's a very good question, and I've been in this space for a while, but honestly, I'm still learning a lot every day. And as Jared said, the opportunities are not fully discovered yet. But what I would recommend is to learn about different protocols that exist, and in general, and to understand what's behind this interface. Because a while ago, interfaces were not as user-friendly as today. Even today, it's still like not 100% easy to understand how to use it to some new people who come to the space, but still understanding the differences would help to understand opportunities. And that's why I would suggest to learn and to make own research before jumping into the space. And at the same time, it is like learning by doing, and a lot of things are discovered and invented just with the first use. And the more new people come to the space, the more new ideas they may have about how to use it and what is possible to implement. So putting together the ideas and the research will help to emerge to the new use cases.
Thank you. So topic of money. I really want to open this question up to everybody. I'm going to start with Jared because I think this is something that's important to you, is how do we decide the monetary value of purely digital clothing and style items?
Yeah, the short answer is we don't. It's a market-controlled system. If you make it a market-controlled system, the market will tell you what the value is associated with it. There are all kinds of things that happen in the world of fashion that are counterintuitive. You walk down Fifth Avenue in New York, where we're based here at Rumford's, you will see a lot of stores with items in the window that you would be blown away as to their cost if you understood their functional limitations. You know, there's only so much a bag can do. But you know, the market bears a certain cost to that item because it establishes a part of your identity. So I think you'll see things that are highly unique and give an identity to people that are priced very highly. But then you'll see examples like Gucci, for example, a luxury brand, released a digital wearable shoe about a month ago. And it was priced at, I think, $12 or $14. It's just a filter that you can wear digitally on your feet. It looks pretty basic compared to some of their other designs, but it was just sort of an entry touch point for them. And I think that's the price point that will be attractive to consumers. Not ultra expensive, but you know, things that allows you to change your clothes all the time. The whole point of this is expression. So to give the average consumer the ability to build out a full closet of digital clothing items, I think should be a primary goal for the industry.
Regina and Natalia, this is very much your area as you're selling digital clothing. How do your designers determine pricing?
About replicant, we have a simple rule at the replicant, and I tell about our new project. Price set by the designer or artist. At the same time, the price cannot go below a certain level to cover operations expenses, and the end price can be any high. It is also a market balanced by the demand and supply, and at the replicant we can see that the customers are satisfied with the price range because they come and they buy new garments every day. And I want to tell about our new project. It will be NFT digital wearable art, digital fashion art marketplace, NFT marketplace. And on this marketplace will be different price, different than replicant fashion, because it will be a place for wearable art, for famous designers, famous artists, for really digital fashion art, and we will work with big brands, and we will do big collaborations, and so soon we will launch our first drop. Welcome to, I don't know, artisan.io website, and welcome to our Instagram and other social media. I think we will build a beautiful place when interesting moment. It will be a place where you can buy digital clothes like NFT, and you can try on these clothes with technology which can apply digital clothes at the photo moment instantly. Yes.
That's really exciting. So try before you buy. How about you?
Yeah, well, thanks for addressing. Well, we have this rule that designers should receive a certain revenue share, and that's why this is something that defines the price point. To be honest, I think for all digital fashion, the case that has been created a couple of years ago by Carlings is like a benchmark, which was kind of experimental project back then, and it was not dedicated to some revenue generating for the brand. It was a marketing project, but the items were sold for like $30, something around that. And that was actually the starting point for all the digital fashion brands. But it is great that variety grows and the number of the use cases also grow. And that's why there is an opportunity to have different price points. With the NFTs and implementation of blockchain technology, it's possible to actually kind of prove the ownership and make it transferable. So create a secondary market for digital fashion, and this is something that actually provides an opportunity to also create value and generate the higher price point. But in general, I believe that the digital fashion, like a screenwear, as we call it, is going to be just a new category for every brand, same as like streetwear came in our lives, and every even luxury brand has a streetwear in their product line, or some entry point products like makeup and cosmetics for luxury brands is something that is an entry point. So screenwear is going to be, and digital fashion is going to be the vital part of the value proposition for every fashion brand, and also provides an opportunity to emerge to new designers. And now the market is just forming, so it will also balance itself.
Hey, I'm so glad to hear you say that. Personally, I think it's such an exciting area that it will make fashion and luxury fashion more exciting and more accessible to so many people. But I think at the same time, it's going to open up the markets for so many designers who are willing to be innovative as well, and they can release their garments. So you can sort of try them and feel them out before you maybe actually physically buy people's clothes. So I want to switch topics very slightly. And Rish, I want to get your opinion on gaming, on fashion in gaming. Do you think that gaming is perhaps a testing ground for what values are important in the NFT sector?
Yeah, I think that blockchain gaming has still a ways to go in terms of adoption of all of the benefits that the blockchain offers. So there are a lot of gaming platforms out there that are implementing technologies like NFTs into their platforms, and enabling users to benefit from user activity and owning of assets like we do in Superworld. And as the understanding of the market in terms of NFTs becomes more widespread, I remember we've been in this market for about 3 years in the NFT market. So pretty early in the space. And I remember 3 years ago when I tell people about NFTs, they looked at me like I was crazy. And now I don't have to, even explain them what an NFT is. It's suddenly like we're in the cool crowd, with NFTs. And so that just kind of demonstrates that, not only is the market better understanding what's happening with NFTs, but as it relates to fashion, which I would, consider traditionally a less kind of tech-oriented market compared to gaming. Gaming is very implicitly tech-oriented. And so it just shows you the potential of the fashion world to, I think more like the gaming world has and move it into these more interactive virtual environments like Superworld, where you can really supercharge everything that you're doing in the fashion world by taking advantage of these technologies, incentives, gamification, the ability, like what's happening with Holly on DressX to do things very virtually. I think that I'm very excited about the intersection between gaming and fashion, and I think we're already seeing that in many worlds out there where that's coming together.
Jared, which companies and spaces in the virtual environments are integrating digital fashion? Which projects are notable?
It's a lot. It's a good question. It's not only fashion companies, obviously. And the line between gaming and fashion has become even more unclear now that gaming is no longer a game. I just read an article by Tim Sweeney, the founder of Epic, who produces Fortnite, and he had an insight when he saw that a lot of the players going to play Fortnite, the actual game, were just hanging out in the lobby and talking to each other, and weren't actually playing the game. They were just there to socially communicate. So, I think you see gaming and lifestyle and fashion and culture sort of becoming this weird big cloud right now. It's not as separated as it used to be. So you'll see things like Balenciaga, for example, high fashion brand, did an entire ad campaign where they built out a virtual video game in Unreal Engine. And it's really beautifully done, and it's complicated. It's all through your web browser. The tech isn't quite there yet, and it's a little crashy, but the concept is there. You see how immersive and engaging it can be for a consumer to even shop for a physical product within a virtual space. And then you say, okay, well, I like to say, think about how many people you dressed up for when you went to your first day of school. Maybe there's 400 people in your class, and how much you thought about what you were going to wear that day. And then think about the idea that you might have millions of followers on the internet, not 400. So the way you want to express yourself there would be even more heightened, more expressive, more important than it would be in the physical world. So brands are just learning this right now. The use cases, not to bore you guys with the story, are pretty limited to specific use cases right now, but there's some exciting companies like Artifact, Aglet, Wanakix that are experimenting with AR and experimenting with different blockchain collaboration ideas. Superworld is another area on blockchain because, like Hirsch said, to have the technology in an environment that looks and feels like your real environment, that just pluses everything up to a creative level never before seen. I mean, it couldn't be more exciting for the creative class.
Thank you. So do you think that NFTs are going to be a better place for luxury brands or for independent designers? Or maybe there's a different space for everybody. Let's start with Regina.
It's a good place and for big brands and for independent designers. So soon we launched Artisant, where we will sell digital wearable art like NFTs, and in our first drop will be big brands and will be independent designers. At first, we launched Replicant Fashion, digital fashion marketplace, like community of designers, because I'm a designer and I like to share knowledge and to speak with designers, to make clothes, to share some ideas. And I like this. I like independent designers because they can move interesting ideas to digital fashion, and it's so cool. And big brands will do good digital NFT assets too. And I believe they will collaborate with independent designers to make their NFT drops or digital fashion drops more interesting. And I think everything is cool for brands and for independent designers to make something.
There are definitely space for everyone, and right now there is a hype and more news about more like independent designers doing something in this space, and that's a usual thing that some early adopters, some community create a space, and the bigger brands get into the space. And for sure, this is something that is going to be happening. But actually, like heavy luxury brands, they are also in the space already. It's just not that many conversations about it. Like Hublot brand, the watches, they already implement blockchain, and it's more like a luxury watches companies start doing that. But of course, the fashion brands will get into the space, and this decentralized community of creative and creators, designers, they value the community element a lot. And that would be also an opportunity for the creators, for the community, for them to help the bigger brands to adopt the technology, to adopt the use cases, and to gradually get into the space and naturally get into the space. So that's actually a big opportunity for the collaborations and for the creators that is opening, but also different brands will have like different use cases. Again, there are so many that are not discovered yet, and different categories will use the technology in different ways.
I would like to ask you as well about Superworld and how you see fashion can really benefit from the world that you're creating.
Sure, thanks. So at Superworld, we're a virtual layer on top of the real world, covering Earth, that enables anyone to create, discover, and monetize content anywhere. We also enable anyone to be able to create NFTs out of any type of content, 3D, 2D, audio, text content, and more importantly, fashion content. And additionally, we have the ability for brands and developers and companies to build on top of the Superworld platform. And ultimately, we're divided as an NFT. And so the world itself is composed of 64 billion NFTs. So it's very meta. We're an NFT-powered marketplace, allowing you to create NFTs and build on top of it. And so there's a variety of different ways that you can become a stakeholder or monetize if you're a designer or an artist, and be able to share your content. So as a simple example, a designer and a creator can create virtual items in Superworld, do a virtual fashion show, as well as do a real fashion show in a physical location in the real world. So you have a number of online, O2O, online to offline opportunities, and offline to online opportunities to interact. So whether you're talking about a retail store that's selling clothes, that wants to enable a user to get some benefit in the virtual world, in the virtual store, all of that is possible in Superworld. So you have the combination of the physical world, the virtual world, all of the possibilities in both, and ultimately our why at Superworld, which I think hopefully will really resonate with the fashion community, is our why is we want to make the world a better place. We want to build a better world. And so what we do is we enable all of the user activity that happens in Superworld in the fashion space anywhere in the world to improve the world. And there's a lot of fashion causes that I think that we all believe in. And we'd like to enable our users, our designers, our partners, our influencers to be able to not only earn and monetize themselves personally with cryptocurrency and fiat currency, but we'd like to also empower them, and we'll partner with our users to give back to the real world. And fashion's a big area there that we can do that. So that's exciting.
It's really exciting. I'm also really excited to see how we can possibly partner together as well as the world opens up for our next event in September.
That'll be fun.
Open up the floor right now and see if there's anything that anybody would like to add to the conversation. You're all just bursting with ideas, and I'd just like to have some free time there. You can tell us whatever you would like to.
I have no shortage of things to say, so I'll just say what's on my mind. Today, I went and I picked up the New York Times and I saw the whole article about how NFTs are going to ruin the world technologically. I have a lot of opinions on this matter, and if I'm trying to sum it up, I think people really lack an understanding of how this stuff works, and it's new and it's disruptive and scary. So the narrative for those people is, this is scary, it has ecological issues attached to it, so we should completely dismiss it as a concept. I think that's the wrong attitude and the wrong approach. We've been seeing even in the articles in the Times of all places, no alternatives, no conversation around what could happen to make things better, no comparisons to things like the fossil fuel industry or other players that have serious issues in the ecological concerns of this planet. I think the generation below sees through a lot of that because it just feels like the old guard a little bit. And there are real concerns about how much energy is being used. There are solutions to those concerns, though, and I would prefer if the conversation would shift towards those solutions and progress rather than saying, let's ignore this stuff, it's bad for the environment. Because eventually it could be far better and more sustainable for the environment than any current system that exists.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. And I think that as this technology improves, it's always going to get better. And so I think this is a start, and we have a lot to grow and improve the technology, so it does have very positive impacts on the world. And I'm very confident that that'll happen. I think as we look at any technology that's come out, in the world over the last hundreds of years, at first, it kind of comes out in a very MVP kind of crude shape, and over time, I think it gets better and faster and more environmentally friendly. And I think that's our goal here too. So, and that's something we think a lot about at Superworld. So thanks, Gary, for bringing that up. I think it's very important.
This technology will be more sustainable in the future because, for example, Ethereum consumes less energy than Bitcoin today, and I believe this technology will be more sustainable in the future. And as long as we promoting digital fashion values and ideas, it's so good and it's so fine and it's a good way.
Natalia, do you have any final comments?
Well, I would add that there's still a lot of real research and more data to be revealed about the environmental impact of NFTs, because it's a lot of things involved here. The source of energy that is used for sustaining the technology, and a lot of different aspects. There are a lot of new protocols emerge, and the community itself is very conscious about this environmental issue, and I believe that we just need to see the distribution of this power, distribution of the resources, and see how it's possible to eliminate it and how to
give back to the environment, and I invite everyone who is interested in this subject to reach out to us while we are working on this digital fashion NFT sustainability report, and let's just make things clear. That's a very new space, and a lot of education is still needed, and this is our mission, to actually communicate and to find the like real clear data and share it with everyone. So I encourage everyone to join this big research.
So thank you, everybody. I appreciate your patience while we had a technical glitch. We worked through that. We have 2 more panel discussions, but what I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to put the next one on YouTube for you to watch that. And we're going to jump straight to the final, which is innovation or education. So we have panelists from universities who are discussing this topic. Let me just, so we have Ravensbourne University, we have the DTech Lab at FIT, we have Alan Howe from Virtual Touch, and we have Kostas from the Fashion Innovation Agency at the London College of Fashion. So we're going to jump straight to that. And then afterwards, we have the after party on Clubhouse, where I hope you're all going to join us. And again, these 3 will be put on YouTube at Digital Fashion Week NYC, so you can take a look at those and watch them again. All right, thank you. Let's move straight into the last.
Thanks very much, Claire. I just want to say, how proud I am. Very much, Claire. I just want to say, how proud I am that you've invited me to do something along these lines. I think it's a hell of a risk, but I will do my utmost to entertain and ask the most important questions known to man. Yes. Obviously, I should really introduce myself because it's only good manners, isn't it? Yeah, I'm Alexander Brownless. I'm the co-founder of a digital platform website called ArtSthread, and over the last 12 years we've been building lovely relationships with universities, design schools, polytechnics, you name it, globally. And yeah, I mean, we've aligned with around 900 universities and built lovely relationships with the industry to help students get a break in the industry, not just in fashion and textiles, but digital, animation, film, you know. So yeah, that's probably as much as I can say about ArtSthread. I've been in the fashion industry, I should mention, for over 25 years. I was a designer for Banana Republic and for Marks and Spencer's here in London, and then worked in manufacturing because my family were manufacturers. So this is a subject that I'm fascinated by. I think it's the timing's perfect. I think it's great that you've invited us all to have this conversation, and if we just kick off, that would be great. Yeah. So yeah, I just want to. If it's okay with everybody, if everyone could introduce themselves individually, and kicking off with Alan Howe, my friend in Hong Kong.
Hi there, what up all? I'm Alan Howe, and I'm head of partnerships and brand engagement for Virtual Touch here in Hong Kong. Good to be here, and thanks for inviting me.
Michael Ferraro, I'm the executive director of the FIT DTech Lab in New York City, where we have a mission to engage faculty and students solving industry problems with design and technology. We're part of the Innovation Center at FIT, and I made my first picture with a computer in 1969. So I've been involved in digital media innovation since that time.
Fantastic. next.
Hi there, yeah, I'm Kostas Kazantziris. I'm the creative technologist at the Fashion Innovation Agency at London College of Fashion. We are a team that has a really exciting remit from the university to go out there and explore any emerging technology and basically create proof of concepts and prototypes and collaborations with fashion brands. And we're really interested in exploring how the industry would look in 3 to 5 years from now. So I have a background in computer science and fashion media production, and my role mainly involves creating prototypes in augmented mixed and virtual reality, which we showcase and use in projects both internally and externally. We're glad to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Nice to meet everyone.
Hello everybody, my name's Lee Lapthorne. I'm the Programme Director for Fashion at Ravensbourne University in London. Outside of Ravensbourne, I'm also the owner and director of On/Off, which supports up-and-coming talent during London Fashion Week, as well as Milan and in Paris. Nice to meet everybody. Hello.
Hi everyone, I'm Steffi. I am a 3D artist who has recently dived into digital fashion. I currently work with a lot of digital fashion projects, and I'm kind of like an internet figure where I like to showcase my process of how I create digital fashion and combining it with 3D. So it's a different way of educating people through the medium of social media.
Thanks very much, Steffi. So it very much is the League of Nations here today, which is great. You know, all like not quite all 4 corners of the globe, but 3 of them, which is great. We'll kick off with Alan in Hong Kong. And Alan, obviously I understand that you're currently working with Virtual Touch, but I also understand that you've been in the education industry for quite a while. I just fascinated by how you've gone from working in innovating within fashion tech to being trained, you know, as a background in fashion design. You know, can you give us a bit of an insight of your journey over the last
Yeah,
few
sure. Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously, menswear is, to be precise, that's, you know, my forte really. I mean, I still find that, you know, I'm very, very lucky to have went to the Royal College of Art and, you know, did my master's in menswear there. So that's really the foundation, the combination of who I am today, really. And then since then, it's been one hell of a journey, really. Crossing, you know, different continents. You know, I've worked in South Korea, worked in, you know, mainland China. Now I'm in Hong Kong. I worked in Italy, Paris. So, you know, all these kind of different experience kind of really, you know, sort of made me into, you know, somebody who's kind of like, you know, have a different perspective, you know what I mean, you know, because you know, you work with different cultures. And I guess for me, you know, I've always been anti-conformist, you know, I mean, I obviously worked in design and now I'm an educator. I mean, I've been educated for 7 or 8 years now, I think. And then obviously over the past 10 years, I've been involved with a lot of different startups, you know, helping yourselves do arts growth, which is a bit of a ride. Been, you know, enjoying it too. And I guess, you know, for myself, really, you know, getting involved in startup, it's really kind of like, not necessarily, you know, kind of like finding what's happening, just reacting, you know what I mean? And then really to cut a long story short, I got involved with Virtual Touch, which is a digital fashion lab focusing on 3D. And, you know, it was like pre-pandemic, pre-everything really. So, you know, when I heard about it, when I got involved, I thought like, you know, cool, you know, it's like, it seems to be a thing, you know, because like I said, it was pre-pandemic and, you know, it wasn't even in the mainstream. I mean, I'd never heard about it. And then, you know, obviously, over the past 12 months, because of the pandemic, it's just suddenly gone ballistic, you know, like really kind of mainstream. Everyone's talking about it, you know, from being one of the only player, you know, in Hong Kong actually doing 3D to, you know, like, you know, a lot of players are kind of like joining in the sector. So, so kind of like shows really, I think it's where it's at basically. And then I guess, you know, it's a time when the industry needs something fresh, like a, you know, some new impetus. And then, you know, for myself being in education, obviously, it's I think it's something that you know, being an educator, you know, we're looking to, you know, do something to innovate, to keep, you know, innovating, you know, that kind of thing.
Just to interject, sorry, so do you feel that education's provided the tools naturally to go down this road of this new innovation, this virtual?
Yeah. I think education and industry, they have to work side by side. Obviously, in constantly innovating. Because I think what's really important is right now, because 3D is like, the demand for 3D has, grown exponentially. And, for us, we find it very, very tough to actually hire the right people, with the right skill set. So I think there needs to be, a lot more collaborations, a lot more projects, crossover, working with different stakeholders, and kind of keep kind of like innovating really, and then kind of train more creatives who knows a lot more about 3D, and kind of like move with how the sector is actually growing right now.
Yeah, and thanks, Simon. That's great. And I'd like to go to Michael in New York and ask you a couple of questions with Michael, because obviously with Michael being involved since working since 1969 in the I'm very impressed with that. I was just a little seed in my mother's stomach at that time, but albeit for 6 months probably. I haven't said so. Saying that, what I'm fascinated by what you're doing at FIT in New York, is how this whole how this has all changed, and the development of 3D and what you've been involved in over the years, because obviously you've seen everything.
Yeah, 3D didn't exist back in the day, and I was one of the founders of Blue Sky Studios, so a big computer animation company, system architect. And that group was founded from a company called Magi, which produced most of the computer animation sequences for Tron, which was the first feature film to ever use computer animation. So I have seen 3D emerge from just plotting formulas for hyperbolic paraboloids all the way through to the feature films that we see today. And I've been involved in all manner of media and technology, and including having developed a real-time animation system to do 2D animation, but live. So we turned cartoons like Bugs Bunny into basically puppets that could do impromptu performances. In fact, we used him to pitch his own TV series to network executives as a cartoon drawn by Warner Brothers Animators. So it was, I kind of look at technology as a very kind of very malleable fabric, to use a term.
And Michael, how does it sit? That obviously within the innovation center of FIT, and obviously the Fashion Institute of Technology, and how does that sit with the students? Have they got access, to everything that you
The
offer?
lab itself is really structured in an interesting way that's been kind of, I think, critical to its success, and that is it's not an academic unit. The lab itself is in the president's office, and I report to Dr. Grant. So with that, I kind of sit at the center of the college, and I'm able to look at all of the intellectual and creative capital that the college has to offer and bring it to bear on projects. And projects are structured with industry partnerships. All our projects are industry sponsored, and we have an industry partner, and that can range from IBM, where we were using their AI tools, fashion AI tools, to see how artificial intelligence can improve decision-making in design, manufacturing, and retail for Tommy Hilfiger. So we've got two really large international brands that were part of a project. And with the creative brief for the project, we then look to faculty members who we feel will provide excellent leadership and guidance on it. And with that, we then look to the faculty to identify a pool of student candidates that would be good candidates for the project. And we screen really for the fact that while there's a lot of extremely talented, smart, ambitious students at FIT. Not everybody is well suited to innovation. Innovation's messy, it's complicated, you have to be agile, it halts and restarts and redirects. It's always in an ambiguous kind of environment. And we find that there are certain personalities that are better suited to that kind of environment. And even if they themselves have not shown that that's what they're interested in, we can sort of see in the way they respond to our interview questions that they have the personality and the drive and the interest. So we construct projects with that form. We've done probably 60 projects with like 200 students at this point since 2017 when we really started doing projects in earnest. So we have a very high profile on campus. The lab itself is a big glass box that sits right in the middle of campus. So every student and every faculty walk past it almost every day, which is a little strange for a work environment, but it does keep innovation in the forefront of students' minds. And we occasionally, well, not occasionally, it's not uncommon for students just to walk by, knock on the door and say, what are you doing? And it's that sort of student that we put right on the list because they're the ones who are curious and intrepid. So we kind of cultivate a community and build out relationships. And because the lab itself sits at the center of the college, all our projects are transdisciplinary. We're not just interdisciplinary, but transdisciplinary in that everybody working on the project contributes to the overall problem solving of the project. So we'll have fashion designers, fashion business management, production management students with advertising, marketing and communications, and advertising design or creative technology and design. And this is a mix that is a very common mix of projects that we do. And it's in that transdisciplinary and multi-department collaboration that we find that we get tremendous results and are finding that it's a really significant value add to education in that they are put on projects that mirror the real world. So you're working for a client, the client's demanding and also changes their mind often. You've got tough deadlines and you've got challenges, but we have expert faculty that collaborate with the students and guide them and help them. So professionally guided learning through and collaboration with industry partners are kind of how the lab functions.
Michael, I have to say that that's very healthy, with that. And would you say that the individuals that are, knocking on the window, coming in and being really quite hands-on, are they more suited to being entrepreneurs rather than, looking for full-time employment?
I don't know that I would say that they sort out that way. Occasionally you do find a few that are. But entrepreneurship is really is different than innovation. And you do need to have a kind of forward-looking, independently motivated, goal-directed personality to be interested in innovation. But I'm not sure that all of them really understand that success in business requires a collaboration that is not natural to them when you consider that it's usually design, marketing, and operations. Operations and marketing can sometimes be very opaque to the designers. And then there's people who have great business ideas, but they really don't know quite how to gather together. Now, we have started to look at how to foster innovation entrepreneurship within the context of innovation, but that's now, but I do see it as two different threads. And that the creative impulse to sort of find something new and push forward is more of the innovation spirit than necessarily focused on developing a business idea.
Yeah, fantastic. No, that's it's a very healthy thing, as I said earlier. And it's something that I would have looked at at university, that's for sure. Similar sort of question to Costas, really. I'd be fascinated how it works where you are, LCF. In London. Could you give us a bit more insight?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So our team is called the Fashion Innovation Agency, and we are situated within London College of Fashion. We have a very exciting remit from the university to go out there and explore any new technologies, any emerging technologies, and basically identify proof of concepts and products that we can create in collaboration. So we bring together technology partners with fashion brands, and we create these different products and projects which then come back to the university as knowledge exchange. So even though we're situated within the university, we have a lot of external collaborations with industry. And at the remit, basically, we explore these kinds of projects in regards to 3 pillars. So how designers make their collection, anything from smart materials to smart processes, how designers show their collection. So we've done a lot of work around digital fashion shows, real-time cloth simulation, and many other pipelines, fashion and gaming as well. And finally, how designers sell their collections. So we've done lots of projects which are related to e-commerce, and how we can basically identify ways of kind of removing this 2D kind of boring e-commerce platform that we are seeing. So we've done lots of projects in relation to interactive e-commerce, how we can use game engine technology to basically immerse users into an online experience that can be then a starting point of them to shop online. And at the same time, we are also student-facing, so we bring lectures, we bring back the knowledge exchange, as I was saying before, and then we're doing lots of workshops. We are really interested in bridging multidisciplinary talent from the university. So recently we did a workshop in collaboration with MIT, and it was relating, the workshop name was entitled AI in Fashion, and we brought together a very diverse student group from pattern cutting to fashion curation, marketing and communications, business as well, and these students were able to learn Python, learn how to code in Python, and then the outcome of this project was a digital fashion show for which we used some algorithms. For example, we used OpenPose to extract movement data from existing video footage, and then we animated virtual characters and created environments with game engine technology to host this digital fashion show. And then again, this is just an example of how interested we are in how traditional practices can be elevated from a new media perspective, and how can we basically create creatives who are able to educate creatives who will be able to adapt to the new reality that we're facing. And that doesn't mean that they will have to learn how to use these tools. However, they will need to know what can be possible and how they can create collaborations with them, because when they go out into the industry, they will be facing these kinds of collaborations, and they have to know how to orient themselves within an environment like that.
Well, I was going to ask that, Costas, really, because it's very important that the student hits the ground running. I think that we know how tough it is now with obviously what we've just gone through and still going through. It's not going to sort itself overnight either. Do you think it's similar? Because obviously you and Michael, there's obviously similarities. But do you think this is the way forward? This is what the students need to be doing. They need to be thinking this way, because what Michael mentioned, what Alan was touching on earlier, what you obviously do, it's changed radically from the time when I was studying 20 odd years ago, 30 years ago actually. How do you think this is it? This is the future. This is where we're going to be for the rest of the time. Well, not for the rest of the time, for the next few years.
Definitely, I think that students need to be able to identify all of these new tools and know how to orient themselves, as I said, within an environment like that, because the role of the creative, I think, is gradually changing, and it's really important for them to understand what is possible with these kinds of technologies, how they can use them, and if not use them, how they can basically identify collaborations within a field that is changing, like even like pre-COVID, but after COVID as well, and they need to adapt to this digital shift, I think. And it's really exciting to see, for example, because we've had interactions with BA and MA students as well, but how the students who are starting to study BA fashion photography, they orient themselves within this digital realm, and they start to explore how they can use game engine technology to inform their practice and what this means for them, virtual production as well, which is a great technique which we've usually seen only in cinema. However, we gradually starting to see it more and more in fashion. And basically another really interesting part around this process is the fact that it's not that hard to learn how to use these tools, because there's amazing online resources, and there becomes this metaverse, this, let's say, collaborative digital space where people can share content. There's lots of tutorials and this something really important again in the process of how these students can navigate themselves around.
I've got to say, Costas, that's the thing I've been so fascinated. See what Michael was touching on as well. The fact that the younger generation are so much more collaborative. You know, we when I was at university, we kept saying everything very close to our chest, which I know Alan did, because I've known Alan 30 years. So it's you know, it's the way it used to be, but it's a very healthy, and I keep on using the word healthy, but it is a healthy way, because I look at fashion, textiles. You've got to collaborate, you know, in the real world. It's a bit like making a film, isn't it? You know, you've got your producers, you've got your directors, you've got your actors, you've got everything's got to come together, everything's got to work. And obviously, it's quite interesting that, you know, obviously Michael with Warner Bros. And the rest of the gang, there's a lot of relevance there. Lee, I'd love to know, you know, what you know, you go along with everything that we've been talked about thus far, and, you know, is quite similar to where you are at Ravensbourne.
Well, listening to Michael, you've stole my thunder. I think what you've been talking about already is basically where we're at now. I mean, we've COVID and the pandemic fast-tracked innovation, really, and our need to change the curriculum to ensure that our students are really at the forefront of digital. But that said, you know, we still foster physicality, and we're ensuring that, in particular, our fashion designers, you know, the students, the fashion design students, really have a good understanding of production before they then develop into digital. And I think that's something that's key with us at Ravensbourne. I mean, at Ravensbourne, we've always been known for being digital and embracing digital technologies. But I think, as I said, because of the pandemic, and because we do have this, as you do as well, Michael, this transdisciplinary approach, it's enabled us to kind of advance in those fields.
So is it similarly in that fashion is working with animation, digital, is it?
Yeah, well, what happened?
Personalisation, is it?
Yeah, I mean, we went into lockdown in the UK in March last year, a year ago, and that was just at a point that our final degree students had just finished 12 and were ready to actually make. And, you know, if you can imagine you're a third year student and here's your moment to actually physically make your garments, and that's taken away from you because, you know, we've gone into lockdown. We came together as a team, you know, I forefronted the team. We got other leaders from different departments in and said, look, how can we support these students at this moment in time to help them realise something of their collection? So we collaborated with the gaming students, and we came up with an idea called Rave Digital, where it was a game, essentially a game, where 10 graduating students used Display 3D to create avatars, and then we created a game for the gaming students. That was hugely successful, and, you know, we launched it on Twitch TV, so we had over 60,000 unique viewers during that period, which far outstretched London Fashion Week, you know, and Graduate Fashion Week, which we normally take part in. So, you know, it was a huge success for us, and we've continued along that and developed those disciplines as well, and we now have a pathway in second and third year that is purely fashion digital. But the students as well will have physicality, make physical garments alongside the digital processes.
And Lee, were these students that graduated in the last 12 months, did participate in that, or was it?
Yeah, they certainly have. One of them, Alexander's done incredibly well, and he's now producing and selling garments on DressX, the digital platform where, you know, you can buy and sell garments on. And it's not something that Alex would have even considered at that point in time.
Well, he has become an entrepreneur, basically. He set his own company.
Yeah, he has. And, you know, I think it's the same with what Michael was saying, really. I think this is a tool. We have to be reminded this is a tool. and it's something that the industry has embraced. And I think that there's two strands that I see in the industry at the moment. One is the luxury sector, craft, handmade, physicality, beautiful pieces, finished items, and then you have the digital. And sometimes they collide and converge, and then you know, but I think, you know, we also have vergers at the moment who are really rebelling against digital. You know, saying, I'm not here to be educated, you know, I want to make frocks. I'm not here to be educated into digital. I was here to make a frock, and that's what I'm going to do. So, you know, for those students, we're saying that's great, but here's another tool that you should learn before you graduate and embrace, because it's something that's going to, you know, people are looking for on your CV.
I think that's the thing, is what's very, very important in their resume, their CV, that it has these skills. And the more skills you have, the more likely you will succeed, you know, whether that is your own company or you get a full-time job or whatever. Liam, I'm going to move on to Steffi, because I'm fascinated on Steffi, because I've been checking you out, Steffi, on Instagram, and you've got a very loyal following, right? I must congratulate you on that, right? And I'd be really interested in, did you study fashion?
That's the interesting part. I'm a graphic design graduate. I moved into 3D, and I'm a self-taught designer. So in most part, I do have a design base in graphic design, but digital fashions, 3D, I learned on the internet. So I'm very biased towards online learning. You know, countless hours of YouTube tutorials, and that's helped me to even have a foot in the door in digital fashion to where I am right now.
Fascinating stuff. So you're basically, since, you know, graduating in graphics, you're self-taught, yeah?
That's right.
Yeah, and that's been how long have you been doing that for?
I've been, in terms of learning 3D, it's been about 4 years. Digital fashion, I only picked up during lockdown because of, I was actually picked onto a project for Selfridges, and I worked with a collective called DigiGirl. The Selfridges at the time, they wanted to commission us to create a collection and show it as digital fashion. At that time, I didn't know how to do any digital fashion at all. I was there to create the 3D environment, the clothes were meant to be in. So when I saw that these 3D fashion designers, when they created the clothes and how they made them animate, I thought, God, I got to start learning how to do this, because I've already got 3D skills and I already know how to do animation. It's going to be a complementary skill for me. So that's how I picked it up.
And on Instagram, are you doing Instagram lives? Are you interviewing? Are you helping? Are you teaching? What are you doing?
I guess for me, what's important is that I share my process online on social media, because that is exactly how I learned. I learned from other people sharing their process, or even learning from tutorials. So that's a way for me to give back to the community. And I like that approach, because anyone can see it, anyone can look at it.
I mean, it's really, it's going back to what I was saying earlier. I mean, it's the whole mindset has changed a lot in the last, I wouldn't even say 10 years, in the last, 5 years, this collaboration factor that, I mean, as regards, the students that you've come across, are we talking about students currently studying, or have graduated, or straight from high school? What's the mix?
All types of ages, I would say. So a lot of people who are currently at university, a lot of people who want to go into university, around that age range, people are already looking to see, they're already asking me, what program can I learn? How did you learn this? So around that age range, are showing interest.
Fantastic. I have to say, we've got a really interesting panel here. I mean, we could say hours, and obviously we haven't got that. So, what I want to do is open it up with everyone, because obviously you now have a bit more of an understanding of what you all do, and the fact that we're all over the place here, really, which is really obviously very helpful. Coming back to Alan, would you, what would you say is the key values really that, when it comes to teaching education, what would you home in on? Obviously. your work at Hong Kong PolyU, HKDI, as well as working within the industry with Virtual Touch?
Mm-hmm. I mean, like you said, Alex, I mean, I've taught at the, the PolyU, HKDI, at degree level, and I've taught at the MA level. And I realized the PolyU, they actually started teaching 3D around 2 years ago, but, very, very elementary level. And possibly, I've been hearing that that's something they're looking to, take more serious. But, and then, I think really, I mean, what I'm noticing also this year, teaching the students, because they've been in lockdown and so on and so forth. So, that, they seem to be a lot more receptive. You know what I mean? They're more receptive to new technologies or fresh ways of working. Right from concept right through to. I mean, obviously, I'll teach fashion design. For everyone's information, but and then I'm involved in fashion tech as well. So it's kind of like somebody was saying that it's that, I think Lee was saying, I think it's that convergence of creative and tech, which is actually getting closer and closer. And then I think students right here right now are actually realizing that too, and they're really embracing that. So I think it's called a collaboration. The fact that they're a lot more receptive, and Steffi was saying that. I mean, you yourself taught, that's totally amazing, really. And got to, and then I think a lot of students are doing that too, because pattern cutting. I mean, I remember when I was at Royal. I mean, I hated pattern cutting. That was just something not my forte. And but students now, they can just get on YouTube and just learn how to draft a complex 3D kind of blouse, whatever. So yeah, so I think it's a case of that they're just a lot more receptive now because of the lockdown. They have no choice. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I just want to ask you, obviously with what Steffi's doing, which is, I mean the fact that when it comes to education, doing higher education, are you an advocate? I mean, I'm throwing at you, but obviously doing a BA and doing a master's, you've studied for what, 5-6 years of your life. And personally, I would never swap my. The best time of my life was university, and for many reasons. Would you say the yin and the yang is a good approach? I mean, you talk about what Steph's doing is fantastic, but at the same time, if you've got the best of both worlds, is that something you can advocate for? Or without trying
I'm a complete advocate of blowing things up. So I think education needs to embrace
within reason,
within reason, I mean, not metaphorically speaking.
No, we're not one of big advocates of blowing anything up, really.
No, obviously not. But metaphorically speaking, Alex. But I think it's time. It's time to innovate. It's time to bring things in. A bit of freshness. Even for education. I mean, I talk to many students. They graduate and they come to ask me. I said, I need to get a job, and a lot of them just can't find jobs. And I'm like, do you know how to write CVs? I'll see the CVs. Like, that's not how you write a CV. That's not how you reach out to people. They don't learn the soft skills. You know what I mean? It's like I get frustrated now. I guess that's something that gets me going, keeps me wanting to teach, and kind of helping the grassroots creative, and that's my aspiration. They are the people. You've got it. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, Michael, you just want to say.
Yes, this is such a great point. The way in which you have to nurture and cultivate the skills that they don't natively have, and that you recognize are important for how they position themselves into the world, it's an important part of the collaborative engagement when you look at professionally guiding students. And I just want to say one other thing, a point that Lee had made, which I think is another thing that to not underestimate, in the industry, and that is the value of actually making. and making and knowing and understanding and seeing and feeling. An emotional connection, and when you start to think about fashion as an emotional statement, those things really work well together. So recognizing that it's a very diverse skill set that is still, it's creative, it's technical, and it's physical. And those really work very well together if you understand that relationship.
I agree. Well,
completely agree.
But it'd be interesting to know from Steph, what, how you developed your ideas and yours. Do you wish now that you could go back and learn the tactile, the physicality of fashion, or no? You're totally focused on digital.
The thing is, as much as I love digital, I absolutely agree that having physical knowledge of how fabrics work, how they reflect in real life, that is super important, because 3D in general is a digital translation of the real world. So you got to have a good understanding of everything that you see in the real world. Otherwise, it just looks a bit odd in the digital world. So I would say it's super important.
I've heard this before. You're the second artist, a digital artist I spoke to who's worked in the fashion industry, who again didn't have the training, and she, just the idea of how to put a sleeve in, and she couldn't quite work it out even in the programs that allowed that to kind of more accessible to non-fashion students. And
What's funny is that I have had sewing classes before, but I never thought I would ever go into digital fashion, ever, until 2020. So now that I look back, I'm quite thankful that I do have, even if it's 10% of fashion knowledge, like that is super helpful.
Yeah, it is very good at making. Costas, do you want to add to this?
Yeah, I was about to say, for the discussion, it was really interesting to consider the fact that sometimes when you see creating in the digital realm is absolutely the inspiration happens from the physical realm. How, for example, we've done lots of projects with closed simulation. How do we train an algorithm basically to animate the garments? That of course originates from collecting data from actual fabrics animating. However, I think that when we work in digital space, it's sometimes better not to replicate how the physical looks like, but also consider points and elements that can be done in the digital space which cannot be achieved in the physical. So for example, when we've done digital fashion shows and all these kinds of experiences, I found it really interesting to explore parameters and visual parameters and aesthetics that cannot be achieved in the physical realm. Enhancements like playing with scale and also with dimensions, with locations, with all of that. I think that elevates the physical experience.
I mean, what I think is really great is that I think everyone's in agreement with this. Because I wasn't too sure. I didn't want any arguments in it, but because it's good. But everyone's got an opinion. But we're all in agreement that you want the best of both. And you obviously when it comes to this, we want to try and get as many students looking at this and promote this to students worldwide, because I think it's valuable. That you really, it's a really important factor that you embrace the tools available, and that you are inquisitive and you do knock on that window or on that door. What Michael was saying earlier. I mean, that's inquisitiveness will get you a lot further in life than just standing still and just think, oh well, it just fall into my lap, because that's not going to happen. I mean, it's never been harder. So that's something that stare in the face. Has anyone got any questions for one another?
Well, I was just going to follow up the comment you're making, which is that the way with digital technology, not just 3D, but digital technology and the technical innovation that's taking place in fashion, really puts a massive system in the hands of an individual. So it really gives the opportunity for individual designers to be able to be competitive and start their own brands in ways that would not have been practical before. On-demand manufacturing alone is going to have a significant benefit to emerging designers. They don't have to carry inventory. It doesn't cost $500,000 to get even a simple brand off the ground. And with digital design being used in marketing and retail, you've really put a lot of the tools much closer together and much closer to the designer.
Michael, you just touched on that. It's fascinating because in '99, when I was working for heading up BizDev at WGSN, I had to. I was doing some work with Marubeni, the Japanese investment. They were doing some work with Browseware, and you know, it's very early days, but it was very clear to me then that, you know, with having been in the manufacturing industry, which was my family, you know, they produced fashion when I was a kid, so I've been in it like 51 years really. That you know, the amount of samples that were being produced and being sent willy-nilly, clearly, I mean, you know, looking back on it, it kind of was pretty obvious to me then that it wasn't particularly good for the environment, all of that back and forth and messing around and you know, the beauty of these tools that are available and becoming widely available and obviously more economical to use, it's got to be an advantage, you know, for everybody, you know, for the human race, one could say. So I think it's brilliant. I mean, in a weird way, although COVID's been horrendous, it has sped up, and I think it's probably a good thing for the environment. In a weird way, you know, going up to see the birds seem a lot happier in the back garden. That's for sure. In the last 18 months. So,
very twerpy.
Sorry, Alan.
I said the birds are definitely a lot more twerpy.
Yeah, twerpy.
That's my new word, twerpy.
Yeah, twerpy. I'm sure that's part of the dictionary somewhere. But I
just created it.
Yeah. It's not like, you know, it's creative license. Yeah, why not? Is anyone else got anything to add?
Because on that point, Alex, like on the sustainability part, I think that's really huge, and that COVID has basically made us question lots of things that we have been doing within the fashion industry. And I think that that's the most important thing to learn from. For example, I was reading recently a report from the Dressex polyester is a material that takes 200 years to decompose. If like a digital garment in order for it to decompose, we just have to archive it. And I'm not saying that digital fashion can replace physical fashion. However, we can think of creative ways of how we can innovate and basically how digital fashion can allow us to elevate the model and make the fashion industry a more immersive, a more inclusive and sustainable industry as well. Also, digital fashion shows are accessible from a great number of people around the world. So it goes away from the elite, which is like the original catwalk show, which is available only to very specific people. And now you can basically stream these fashion shows. People can view them in different devices, online based. They can also view them like with headsets, whatever. So I think that these kinds of pipelines could help us create a more immersive and inclusive industry, as I was saying before. We have to learn from.
We don't have to be jumping on planes, and you know, when it comes to carbon footprint, I think we know that there's cognitive advantage using these tools. I mean, it's very clear, and the great thing is obviously by with all you guys, you know, involved in educating the students and getting them to embrace this. It's going to be better for the long term. I mean, that's why I was so fascinated about this. You know, this interview today. I mean, it's the timing's great, and you know, that shows how that we'll be promoting through our channels, because you know, we want the students to know how important it is, not just in fashion and textiles, you know, product design in general. You know, there's been so much money wasted, and there's so much, you know, people flying around the world, you know, getting a sample done or getting an object produced, and you know, we all know that you can get there even quicker now with the amazing technology that's available at our fingertips. You know, has anyone got any other questions for each other before we?
Can I just quickly pitch in? I mean, obviously, you know, over the past 12 months, you know, so much has been going down. I mean, you know, over the past 2 months, I mean, we've been talking to a lot of fabric mills, you know, a couple of really, really big brands, you know, and they're talking about like embracing 3D, because, you know, obviously, Alex, you were saying nobody's jumping on a plane and flying around, visit the factories, placing orders, so on and so on. So everything's like becoming virtual and 3D, and they're actually placing orders, through via, 3D models, so on and so forth. So, so we're actually seeing fabric mills in Hong Kong, obviously, like China actually, they're slowly one by one, embracing the idea that the 3D platform is a way for them to showcase the materials, and then obviously for their buyers to place orders. So, I feel like it is happening, but I do agree it would never replace physical, but I just think that physical and digital just converge closer and closer, and I just wanted to share that with them, because it is happening right here, right now, for sure. And yeah, it's exciting, super exciting.
Well, just to say that I've been consulting on some arts that I still can't help myself being part of the industry, and arts that's something that's very close to the heart. But I work with
it is
in Paris. We worked with BV for nearly 2 years now, the museum, and they created Marketplace just before the COVID. And it's interesting what you're saying about the mills, because the mills are starting to get their head around the fact that they've got to embrace it. Otherwise, they might, some of them will go bust. I mean, they've got to get involved in the 21st century technology. And I think
they have no choice.
Well, it's
in a way.
I also was working with Trade Association, Cotton Inc. here in the States, and they recognize how important it is for all of the designers, all the mills, and even the farmers to understand what the ecosystem is, and using digital storytelling techniques and visual communication techniques to be able to have that impact. So the combination of skills that merge together to really drive the industry forward are really kind of fascinating, because they are, television, film, all the way through, operating a loom. It's really quite an amazing convergence. And fashion itself is such an interesting industry for the creators, from my perspective. I often describe fashion as architecture you wear. So it has like the same functional components of architecture, but it also has all of the same social implications and personal and psychological components of it. So it's really a very fascinating industry.
It's very interesting, because my old boss, he worked at Samsung in Korea, and he could never get his head around the fact that a lot of the fashion, well, everyone in fashion were working two-dimensional. For so long, right? For so long. If you look at that's terribly unprofessional. But the fact that it's been something that has been staring us in the face, that people in fashion are 360 degrees, they're not 180. That's a fact. I mean, otherwise we'd be walking around, with our bums out. It wouldn't be. It's not very functional, right? So I think it's really interesting that. I mean, we could talk for hours. I mean, that's the, but unfortunately we haven't got audio. We've only got an hour max.
Can I just say something before we start? I think also we need to, I think Alan hinted on this about education. We needed a shake-up, we needed a change. You can't sustain having how many universities churning out fashion student collections every year, You're talking between 6 and 8 outfits, which might have, 30 pieces to them per student per year, 60 students per course. How many courses around the world? Those collections often just end up in their wardrobe for life or in landfill themselves. It's not sustainable. It wasn't sustainable, and it won't be sustainable. And I think also, it's great for sustainability and digital, but it's also great for economics. There's a lot of students out there that can't afford the fabrics that they'd like to make garments. They can try and test in Clothes Reader or whichever platform that they want to use. So I think it's timing is right. This pandemic that we've just gone through has shifted. quite a lot, but it was due to happen anyway. So I'm just pleased that it has. You know, we can use it in a wise direction as well.
The other thing that the one, I guess it's really one last thing, because you know, our focus is around education here, and looking at Steffi's approach versus a university approach, and recognizing how important this drive and the resources that are available to students, and how it changes learning, and brings into question, not into question, but puts a spotlight on what that personal interaction with a mentor or a guide really does to help enhance the way in which you learn and the way in which you think. So there are skills, and you know, you can achieve extremely high level of performance from it. But I think it's more of an exceptional individual, and you know, I put Steffi in that category. The general community, I think, really benefits from having that as a base, and then having the direct involvement with mentors and inspirational faculty to really create a much more complete educational experience.
That was amazing. So I hope you all enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you so much for staying through the and being patient with our technical glitch. I am going to put the final video, wearables. It's what you need to know about wearables and smart garments, how wearables can make the world a better place. We have 3 really amazing panelists. We have Davide Vigano from Sensoria. We have Nina Net from 360 Fashion, and we have Keith Kirkland from Wearworks. It's a really interesting discussion moderated by Muchaneta, who is the editor-in-chief of Fashion Nerd, and she has incredible insights and very deep diving questions. So we are going to put that on YouTube. It should be there in about 10 minutes. And then at 5 o'clock Eastern time, in about 15 minutes, then we will be starting our after party on Clubhouse. We hope that you will join us there. It's in the Future of Fashion Club. So thank you all so much. And I hope we'll see you again in September. Bye.